Well, well, well. What is happening here? Hello, friends. Good evening. Hello. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hello, friends. Uniform Square. Good to see ya. What up, Rose? Welcome in. Mag, how are you? Tornazan. Hi, friend. Zombie. Harlow. Hello. Hey, how are you? Jammin'. I like to hear it, man. Gamer Wolf. What's up, homie? Catch a street for once. Hey, welcome in, dude. I recommended this game. I know, Fate. I've waited too long, actually, to play it. I should have played it sooner. But when I realized it's whatever Wednesday and I haven't played it, I thought it'd be kind of a perfect time. We are playing Platform 8 to start today. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, Will? Jack. Hey, hello. Good to see you. Zombie. God damn it. Had to wait for the proper whatever Wednesday. That's right. What the absolute heckin' heck? Hi, Mr. Kill. What up, Sam? What is Platform 8? Platform 8 is an observation game where we need to look for differences, which means you guys are going to be helping me. Missouri Nurse, thank you for the 10 months forever lurking. I appreciate every damn lurk. Thank you, friend. Crazy D, thank you for the 23. Oh, hi, Break of Daylight. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Mark. I'm interested. The walk-on. I'm glad we got that figured out. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, I posted a short just earlier with the oh, hi, Mark. I thought it was good timing. I thought it was good. All right. Hello, peasants. Watching from the dog daycare. I hope it's going well, friend. What's up, Royal? Broken Newt, good to see you. Realized my volume was off, so I missed whatever's happening. You're good. You haven't missed anything. You're fine. We were on the starting soon screen. All we're doing is talking trash about viewers. It's fine. Whatever. Oh, hi, Baho. Skeet up, butt up. How are you, Mr. Eric? Eric. Victoria, it's good to see you. Mayor, hello, friend. So, Platform 8. I know I haven't played it yet. I have waited too long. I think it just kind of fell through the... It fell through the cracks on me, and I forgot. I was like, crap. So, if you guys remember when we played Exit 8... think of that, but on a moving train. And some recommended to me, so I knocked out a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I totally just have been everywhere else thinking about every other game. I know. It's been too damn long. Guys. Make sure you're following these amazing peeps. Miss Mel, Miss Epic, Mr. Eric. Kind of like Observation Duty, kind of. Yeah, but the cool thing about these games is that you're in motion. You're walking around trying to figure out different stuff. So it's not just it's not just you watching cameras, you know? It's walking sim, but scarier. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Rafa. Is Platform 8 through Exit 8? Thank you, Rafa. I appreciate the message effect. Hey, Pam, my day was good. How was yours? All right. We got this ready. I can close that screen. Okay. For those that don't know, God damn it, Eric, the update for Phasmo is happening on Tuesday. But we're going to be streaming it on Monday. For me, I think it comes out at 6 in the morning. For me on Monday, because I'll have early access. God damn it, Eric. Maple, thank you for the 3 months. God damn it, Eric. Finally update. I know. We have a new map. Yep. So we don't know too much. If you do exclamation point update, that will lead you to the latest Steam. God damn it, Eric. That's not a ball. How dare you? It will give you the latest update, or it should, the latest Steam link for them. And a new map is coming, and I'm fairly certain that there are a lot of fixes. A lot of fixes. Fartnophobia. That's the one. That's the one. Yes, please. Yeah, so it's coming. So it comes out publicly on Tuesday, but on Monday, I'll be streaming it all morning long. So for me, like I said, they're releasing it my time, I think like 6 a.m. So I'm going to try to be at the ready at 6 for when it happens. Yeah. That blurry McBlur thing looked very long. Wait, excuse me. What the hell did you just say? Will they fix tower? So technically speaking, Tornazan, the tower's not broken. The blurry picture. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Sorry. It got it. It just registered what you were talking about. Yes, it does. But yeah. Anyway, moving on. I think I still the hype train, dude. Maybe VR. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't know if the update is going to, I don't know if it's going to do anything to VR or not. Word on the street is that it is, and that there's going to be optimization done. So yeah. If you need a friend, we have to. I don't know. Like, I'll be playing so much of that damn map. We have to, Mel. We have to. Yeah. Technically, it isn't broken. No, it sucks. Yeah, it's not broken. It sucks. Correct. Oh, I know. That's what I'm talking about, Mel. I'm talking about Monday. Oh, yeah. Hi, Court. Today, grape again, because it's really, really good. And that's what my fridge is full of. Yeah. Delish. Hey, Rami. So we're starting off our Whatever Wednesday with Platform 8. I don't want to make any promises for what's happening after, because I don't know if I'm going to move to Faz or a different game. So I don't know. Good living. Good night, everyone. Going to be watching live tomorrow morning. Cheetah, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Again, I hope that they revert the tower card. That's what I want. I want them to revert. Go back to what it was when it was fine. What the hell is the difference between the tower card and the voodoo doll pin? So what should I do now if you hit a sub goal? Oh, you mean a daily goal? Oh, I don't know yet. I don't know. I could do beans, but I don't know if that's sufficient. We'll have to figure it out. We'll talk about it. The monthly is still there. The monthly is still active. Hey, what up, Jim? You could also look for another Exit 8 type game to do after. Oh, you mean another one that's like these observation style games? I could. Pickle soda. I don't have any more. We drank them all. They're all gone. You have a list? I kind of have a list of games, but I know you have a list literally of observation style games. I don't know. Well, when you hit it. I don't know. We'll talk about it. If we hit it, we'll talk about it. All right. Platform. There it is. You know what another one I have that I saw Dahlia playing? I have Poltergeist Watcher. It's a spot the difference Poltergeist Watcher that blends elements of hidden object, mindfulness, puzzles, psychological horror. It's on the list. We could possibly move to that one right after. We'll see. If I play this one and it takes as long as Chiba normally does, there's no way we can play another game after this. He's a one game, a stream kind of guy because it takes like 4 or 5 hours. Create my own soda. All right, let's get Poltergeist. God damn it. Platform 8. Platform 8. It's not very plays chat games for like an hour or two. Just a little. Infinity, thank you for the 13 months. Gamer Wolf. Oh my, thank you for the 5 subs, friendo. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh my. Am I lagging? Oh God, we're here. Oh shit. How's the volume? Help! I've done dad things all day. Now I feel like a grandpa. Hi, Mr. Chingus. Oh my God. Hyper, thank you for the tier 3 for 9 months. Having fun? I don't know yet, friend. I'm not sure. How much backseating is allowed with this game? Oh, it's absolutely allowed. Oh, for sure. If you see a difference that I don't see, oh, for sure. That's what makes these games so good. It's one thing if you're playing like a story-based game and you're trying to discover things, figure things out, and someone's like, go here, go here, go here. But if I'm walking through this and someone's like, I see a difference, yeah, totally fine. Hoping to keep schedule moving forward. Oh, Chingus, I hope your throat's feeling better, man. Did you enjoy that ranch that I was too busy at work to watch you drink? Helping Anomaly Games is far different than bossing streamers around. Correct. 100%. 100% what Mel said. Yeah. All right. Is this volume good? Are we okay here? Are we okay here? Ooh, trippy. I might even look at the graphics just in case. Borderless frame rate. Oh, look at that. They start with a frame rate limit. Volume's okay. Seems a little high. It seemed a little high for me too. But if I, well, that's weird. What? 0 to 10? Let's try 9. We'll try 9. Vars, thank you for the 4-month Prime. I just realized yesterday that my Prime, I hadn't used it for like almost half a month. And I'm trying to stay on top of it so I can make the most of it. I totally forgot about it. Dot in the center of the screen. Oh, you can turn. Oh, that's nice. Okay. The louder, the scarier. Yeah, it can be. But also, if there's a lot of ambient noise that's happening all the time, it can get annoying. And I don't want it to be annoying. Let's try. I kind of want it to be 9.400. Yeah, that looks good. You just have to let me know if I'm getting framey at any point. Okay. You'll just have to let me know if I'm getting framey. It seems okay right now. The graphics look nice. White noise stream. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me get other things going too. Okay. Ba-doo, ba-boo, ba-boo, ba-boo. All right, go there. We have no noise right now because apparently, I guess it's one of those ones where if you click away from the screen, the noise goes away. It's one of those ones. It's one of those. Okay. Should be good to go. We should be ready to rock. All right. What up, Easy? Welcome in. Okay. This is Platform 8. It's, from the looks of it, is this made by the same people that did Exit 8? Because that's the same guy. This is the same guy. I forget what we named him. Did we name him Jeff? It's the same dev? Okay. What up, Lena? Serpent, Ghost, what's up, guys? Did we name him Jeff? Hold on. Let me get rid of these things too. I think he's Jeff. Okay, we named him Jeff. What's up, Dana? All right. Well, here goes nothing. Platform 8, made by the same people that did Exit 8, except it's, well, on a train. Can we move immediately? Oh, we can actually, oh, that's nice. No reflection. Okay, we're a vampire. Icicle, welcome in. All right, we're just going to assume this is kind of like the other ones, where it's just you have a sort of a staging room like this where it shows you what everything should look like, and then the next one things can change. So yeah, good night, Spicy Pam. But yeah, let me know if it gets framey. If it gets framey, I want to mess with it. Because I could always put the resolution down too. FOV you can do to, oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, 90 was fine. 90 was perfectly fine. Okay. Motion blur, yada, yada, yada. There's so much to memorize. I guess we'll find out. Is there a bit of frame drop when he looks around, or is my PC being funny? Is it? Is it being goofy? Seems fine to you. What happens if I do this? No, go back. Full screen. Oh, God. Nope, that might not be what we want. Hold on. Could be me. No, you're fine. What's up, Kyle? Think it's fine, though? Yeah, but I want to reduce it. Unfortunately, when you change it to full screen, it really just jacks everything up. All right, let's do... How does I do borderless? Does that seem okay? Might be the camera motion. There is a little bit of motion blur. I could turn off the motion blur. That might help. Oh shit. It's hard to tell if that actually helped. Is it almost more jarring? Ew, motion blur. Not as bad now. Yeah, I mean, it also... Oh, hey, how are you? It could be because of all the stuff that's going on right now. I might need to close something down. Think it's better? Okay. I almost guarantee I know what it is. At least it's not Bright Bloom. I bet it's because I have TikTok open. I bet that's why. All right, we might have to test and shut it down. I'm sorry, Tiki Tax, but I want to make it work. And it looks like it's being a pain in the tush. It's being a pain in the tush. We might be back. All right, let's do this. If me closing that helps, then we're going to go with it. Okay. What I don't want to do is get halfway through and then all of a sudden we realize it looks like shit. DaVinci rendering in the background. No, I don't use DaVinci. Okay, we seem okay? I think we seem okay. What are you doing? Oh, this guy, I remember him being on his phone the last time. Wasn't he on his phone when he was walking down the, when he was walking through Exit 8? It's good, okay. What's up, Sans? iPad kid, yeah. No, but oh, it was in his hand. Oh, I think when he got to the end. Yeah, all right. Well, there's a lot of stuff here, guys. We've got a light bulb poster. I don't know what's going to change, so we're just going to have to go with it, man. He's watching the stream right now. Hey, are you watching the stream? Oh, no, he's just watching the TikTok. It's okay. Daggone kids and their cellular devices. All right, we got that lady. We got this kid. Guess we'll probably have to check reflections. We got some kitties up here. Oh, I guess it's just pets in general. Oh gosh, there's so much, man. I almost want to just fail, just so that way we can hopefully figure out why we failed. All right, that says low. TRPG. Oh my god, there's so many posters. Hi, Morky Mork. How the fuck? What are you doing there? Why do you look so unhappy? All right, we have another one on their phone. Good grief. Thank you, Royal. Exactly. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks yummy. Hey, Axis. Thank you, Mel. Zone energy. Power up? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Imagine if one of the words changes. I'll be screwed. Welcome, open campus. Okay, sure. Can I see the change from here? Is that a thing? Or will it only change when I go to the next one? Holy fast, Batman. Need a photographic memory for this? Seriously. Dude, there's no way. Imagine that changing. All right, well, we're just going to go with it, guys. All right, I'm going to need your help, though. Okay? Please check electric sign. Can I? Oh, hey, how are you? Flash is the flash. Roger that. All right. Time to keep our eyes peeled. I have a feeling with the volume the way that I have it that I'm going to get the poo scared out of me. You still good? Maybe the changes will be more drastic. Maybe. Were there two people on that poster facing them? Am I already gaslighting myself? I don't even remember looking at this poster. Was this there? I remember the zone energy. I remember the food. I'm already gaslighting myself. I already don't remember everything here. All right, we got the train station, the low. I'm looking at the reflections. I'm sure that's gonna have something to do with it at some point. This guy. Do you remember this guy? I don't remember this guy. I don't remember that guy. I think the streamer's different in the bottom corner. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. I bet one of those changed. Which one? Hey, Mr. Omi, what's up? All right, so there's no like directions of what to do. So I can only assume that if we run into an anomaly of some sort, we go backwards. If it's all good, you go forward. Something about the hat's different for sure. I mean, do we look okay here? Is this good? I don't even know what we're like. Does it say what number we've made it to? I can't crouch. Pretty sure there's no going backwards in this one. So wait, what? So how do you report an anomaly? With that? Have you tried getting good? Yeah? You stare at it. Okay. Okay. I believe you have to stare at what? How would you know that? So you just take it to the face and then you just move on. So if you spend enough time looking at stuff, you'll eventually get it, but you have to stare at everything to figure it out. I think that's why they give you an option to have a dot on the screen. Okay. All right, well, we'll figure it out as we go. Let's hope that there's only one per, like, car, right? We're gonna hope. Okay. Might be one that requires you not to look at. Oh, stop it. Tired Pamster. Hi, friend. You seem good. Hello, Jeff. His name's Jeff. We called him Jeff in Exit 8. That's why we call him Jeff. Wouldn't. Oh, God. How am I supposed to know which one not to look at? I'm going to be so paranoid. I'm going to be so paranoid. What's that say? You'll know. Oh, God. All right. That now says L1. I mean, it doesn't look like we did anything wrong. I guess we just keep on trucking. Yeah, sure. I guess if we get it wrong, we'll know, you know? Think it means we're winning? I guess. I'm not exactly sure. Jeff, are we winning? What is this, like an observation duty style game? Yeah, it's, there's a game called Exit 8 where you go through a station and you're trying to figure out the differences, the anomalies. Well, this is like that, except it's on the train. Yeah. You'll definitely know if you're wrong. Okay. Jeff, I think we're doing okay so far. Jeff's holding the phone. Yeah, he's holding the phone the whole time. We're okay. We're okay. We've got posters. I think what I'm so on edge about, I keep thinking something's going to come up behind me. You know what I mean? I just have this feeling that I'm going to turn around and something's going to be in my face. I'm not going to like it. All right, there's legit. I saw nothing here. Am I crazy? Did somebody see something I didn't see? I saw nothing here. Oh, you'll know. Seats look good. Jeff looks good. Posters look good. It's just a train. Oh, okay. Might be Jeff trying to scare us. I think it might be. What up, Pradeep? Oh, boy. Guess we'll just go. Wonder if it like, if it like. Jeff? 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 What if I look away from you, Jeff? Thank you, Rip. Appreciate it. Oh, God. Hey. Hey. Hey, Jeff. Hey, you're not gonna do anything bad, are ya? What? I'm so confuzzlement. Don't look at his face. Oh, so don't look directly at his face. Okay. Is it okay if I like peek at it like this? Can I peek? I really want to peek. But I know. Is it? Trying to line myself up for this. I'm trying to line myself up for this. Okay. I was expecting a little bit more than that, but that's still pretty good. Okay. All right. This is the normal one, I think. So we're going to run through this. Okay. Good name, Jeff. You're a funny guy, Jeff. You're a funny guy. All right. I wonder if the anomalies are going to be the same each time, or if they're going to be different. Yeah, he's cute. He's a cutie pie, right, Jeb? All right. Posters all look good. That looks good. Okay. Don't do that to me. Did you hear that shit? There's a sound behind me. I heard it. I heard it, damn it. All right, posters look good. Ghosties are knocking on the windows. What game are we playing? We are playing Platform 8. It's an anomaly game, but you're on a twain. You're on a twain. Yeah. All right. If that changes, I'm screwed. That looks fine. That looks fine. I think we're fine. Hi, Sparkle. Hi, friend. Oh. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Oh my God. Hey, what up, String Wiz? How are you? Do I run? Oh my God. Oh shit. E. Oh shit. Hey deputy, welcome in, dude. How are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Jeff, how are you so calm? I'm so fearful that that door is going to fly open and this face thing is going to do something. Sweet baby Jesus. Living the life, hell yeah. E. Okay. Do these doors not open? Oh my God. How many faces are there? There's another one. Listen, DJ Khaled, I need you to calm down. All right. Do these doors not open? Maybe they don't open. Oh my God. The eyeballs follow you. Found on YouTube, had to check out. Hey, appreciate you, dude. Thank you. That could be a good thumbnail right there. Right there. Okay. Or you know what? Hold on. Go back to Jeff. Jeff. Hold on, Jeff. Is there a good one with you in it? I Kind of wish you were the other way, Jeff. I see you. Wait, hold on. What if I do this? What if I do this? I'm on it. Okay, done. All right, so question. There's an anomaly. I see it. What the hell do I do? Nothing? I would ask how you are, but I see how it's going. Lost. Thank you for the 6 months. Lick it. All right, hold on. Up to smudge. But like, I'm so confused, man. I do, Fire Phoenix. I do. Do you just wait until? I don't know. I'm super confused. Do I just keep moving through these trains? Probably go back the way you came, but it wouldn't let me. Look, I can't. So confused. I think it still follows. Don't you just wait it out? But how long do you wait it out? I mean, I'm staring at this thing. I thought you just look at it. Yeah, that's what I thought, but look. The absolute ick of it. I know, Irish, I know. Just look at it. I can't look at it any more than that. What do you want me to do? It says the exit door has a yellow spot the anomaly sign. Wait, what? The exit door has a yellow spot the anomaly sign. Because like, if I go forward, did I do something wrong? Some of the anomalies fixed when you get near the end. I mean, I guess just F it. We'll just go forward, yeah? What else am I going to do? Like, is some of it just atmospheric? Like, it just happens? Like, this is an anomaly. These things swinging, that's not normal. I have no idea if I did something wrong or not. I'm very confused. I'm very confuzzlement. Hey, what's up, Fire? Welcome in. Observe, survive, move forward. So shit's gonna happen that we can't do anything with. We just keep on trucking. Hey, Halen. You went from L0 to L1, so I assume it's okay. Okay. Jeff? A little scared, Jeff. But like these things. Like these are swinging. Crouch run. I can't crouch. So you just see this shit and you go, all right. Report it to the driver. Bye-bye, driver. Bye-bye. So, you know, I'm confused too. I click on you. I do the ting. I got nothing. Take your time. Okay. You son of a bitch. I heard the background noise that scared the shit out of me. I love that clip so much. I love it so much. Everything's fine. I know it was very loud. Okay. Jeff is still typing away. That looks fine. We're on L2, so I guess that means we're moving forward. Okay. Each anomaly has a different way to resolve it. Yeah, I think some you just keep moving. Some you actually stare at. I don't know if there's other ways to get rid of them, but that does seem to be the case. Okay, I don't see anything here. Hopefully we're right. Dude, I'm so on edge, man. Something's gonna show up behind me and I'm just ready for it. I mean, I'm not really ready for it. What is that? What is that? Do not proceed to the next car until the anomaly in this car has disappeared. Is that going to happen every time? Hi, Jeff. No. Oh, so it was being kind. Oh, okay. Sort of teaching you how to play while you're playing. I got it. I got it. Okay. Yeah. It's telling you, hey, don't leave until you stare at the thing. Yeah. Is the big face still outside? I'm unsure. I don't know. I don't think so. All right. Everything else seems okay. Yeah, we're on L3. Yeah, we're on L3. Posters looked okay. Those looked okay. Jeff is chilling. Only when it's clearable from what I read. Yeah. Yeah. It's like a staring competition. Kind of. In a manner of speaking. If I shall, if we may, if you must. And it looks like the things don't happen until you go to the next car. So it's like you really, if you go forward and you really just pay attention to your surroundings, you should see a change. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, what up, Green? All right, I think we're good here too. So look at our surroundings and we open the door. I didn't see anything immediately change. Okay. Jeff do be chillin' though. Jeff, you good? We're good. Poster. Okay, he had a book. No, he has that on his lap usually. I'm pretty sure. Am I going live on Friday? I am. I am. Watch the digital signs for info other than the level you're on? Okay. L3. Okay. Battle Corgi, hello. I didn't spot anything unless you guys saw something I didn't. I don't think so. Looks okay to me. See ya, Deer Slayer. Have a good one, dude. Yeah, I think it's okay. Good to move on. I saw something inside the subway. I'm the big face. You saw me. You saw me. Okay. It still says L3. What the? Am I crazy or we've been on L3 for the past like 3 cars? Am I cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, or does that seem to be the case? Look, next. What? Seems suspicious. It seems different. Got that dog thing, whatever, stuffed animal thing. Welcome, okay. Shampoo, that, the food, the kitty. I mean the animals, the food, the power thing. You restarted when Jeff got you. Yeah, but no, like we looked at the digital sign in the last car, or like the one before that too, and it said L3. It also said L3. Wait a minute. Jeff? Why is he standing on the other side of the door like that? Why is he over there like that? Jeff? Jeff, did I make a mistake? Oh! Fuck. Oh my god! You fast walking SOB. He wants a hug? Well, I don't want one. Oh, you dirty bitch. All right. Hey, Golden, how are you? All right, now it says L4. Okay. Damn it, Jeff. What's wrong with you? Shit. Okay. Food. Guy. That. Yeah, good. Good. Oh, Jeff walked us to the next level. Oh, is that what he did? Okay. I think this one's good too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, we'll see. The fastest stream. We'll see. I'm not sure. I might play later. I think we're good. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of sprinting past her if I can. Oh, Jesus Christ, you still got me? Oh, shit. Don't look at her. I didn't look at her. Oh, fuck. All right, we're fine. Damn it, Jeff. We're back to here again. Look at her? What do you mean look at her? You saw what just happened. Or am I supposed to look at her? Maybe. Maybe maybe she's like, please check electric signs. Please check electric signs. Or is that there the whole time? I think she was the janitor. No, she was probably like a weeping angel or something. Like the weeping angel. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. All right, Jeff. Between you and your girlfriend. Hi, drifters. Son of a bitch. All right. Jeff's on his phone. We're fine. looks good. That looks good. Okay, that looks good. Everything looks fine. Oh my god. All right. I think we're good here. The sign had some red writing on it. Okay. Were all the electric signs the same? There are 4 doors to look at. Oh, maybe. Oh, good question. I think they were, maybe not. Could have been wrong. I might be getting too ambitious or too crazy, and that's why maybe it says 0, because maybe I missed something. Because look, we're on 0 again. Look like it? Okay. Really, what I'm doing right now is learning how to play the game. You good? You're good. Jeff, what'd I miss? Kobe. Chibo. Okay. Like, how long do you have to look at the signs before you know they're good or bad? You know? Like, that says 0, Ryzen 0, okay. Looks good. Yeah. Maybe. About to find out. The writing will be red if it's different. What writing? I'm just gonna stare at you. Try moving the lights. Go on. Oh. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's what that one was. Got it. Not the janitor again. Bye, Gamer Wolf. Appreciate you, friend. Her again. Yeah, we had her again. But we got her right, though. That's what someone said earlier. Bet Jeff's watching the stream. On a scale of 1 to 10, how often would Chesney scream? I think it depends on how much she pays attention. If she doesn't pay attention, a lot. Viper, welcome in. Oh, you meant the girl. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Wolf. Sorry. Yeah, she can go bye-bye. We don't care about her. She can go bye-bye. I don't trust you anymore, Jeff. See you, Fire. Have a good one, dude. All right, look at the electric signs. We can see both at the same time here. Next. Okay, they look fine. I hate it here. Yeah. I feel like I'm going to miss things that I don't realize are actually anomalies. It says do not open. Okay, I have a feeling what I'm supposed to do is go up here closely, but don't open the door. It's in front of me. You see how we can't see through the door? Okay. Go back. No, there is no going back. You don't go back. You don't go back. You don't report. There's ads that are going to play that I can't stop, guys. Just coming up, just letting you know. Yeah. So in this one, you don't go back. You don't report. You keep going forward, but there's ways to get through the train on some of them to live. All right. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Similar to other, yeah. It's very, very similar to like to Exit 8. Yeah. Okay, L2. Sign on the left is different. Which one? Which one? They look fine to me. Light bulb. 8. Little kid jumping. This one. Blue, red, people looking away. Blood Raven, hey, how are you? It's missing a light bulb. Is it supposed to have one? It's not doing anything. My assumption is that that one's fine. I tried staring at it. It didn't do anything. What up, Cherry? How are you doing? Jeff, I swear to God. Maybe I missed that before. Oh, no, me too. There's a bunch of stuff that I don't know if I looked at it or not correctly. Just stare harder. Okay. I think this one is also good. I say that, then I'm going to get it wrong. I feel like this one's harder. Because I don't know what I'm looking for. Oh, it's you again. Okay, we remember you. We remember you. Okay, so last time for funsies, I looked him right in the face. I have a feeling I'm not supposed to do that. How do we get past him? I feel like if I don't look at him, we'll be fine. Don't mind me, sir. Don't mind me. Just moseying on along. Don't mind me. Nope. Well, what the do I do here? Is it like a maze where I just can't touch them? There's so many of them. Hi, Kitten Kills. Perfect. Avoid social interaction. Just say, excuse me. All right. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm just going to just mind my business. Don't mind me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, well, you guys didn't make this easier now, did you? Shit. Pardon me. Excuse me. Okay. Pardon me. Freaking out, man. Stay out of their bubble. Just let me pass. Let me pass, damn it. All right. Okay, outside looks good. They're really friendly, just misunderstood. All right. Yeah, see, look at the light bulb. I mean, I guess I should have looked in the last one, not this one. But yeah, there's no bulb at the end there. I don't know if that matters or not. Jeff is looking at his phone. Social anxiety mode, exactly. L4, L4. Game with me, hello. Why are they there? I don't know. I do not know. That poster's normal. I think I saw, yep, next, fine. Eating. Gaming. Yep. Eating. Okay. Eyeball. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Seems okay. Seems okay. All right, that's going to change at some point. It has not changed yet. Our boy Jeff's waiting for us, I think. All right. Are we good to go? I think we're good. What do you guys think? Move on? Chaco, what up? I think we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're good. Find Larry. Let's find Larry. Okay. Outside is Norm. Okay. Good. Larry, I got my eyes on you, bruh. That says L4 again. Didn't the last one say L4? Jeff, not Larry. I know. Let's find Jeff. Just doesn't have the same ring to it, you know? Jerry. There you go. Okay. Gaming, food, zone. This outside area. This guy. Yeah. Seems okay. But would there be another one that would be okay like that? Crowster, oh hey, how are you? My friend. Maybe only go up a level after leaving a car with an anomaly. Maybe that might be it. That might be it. Because if I remember correctly in Exit 8, you did not go up a level. Or sorry, you couldn't win. Was it you couldn't win with an anomaly? No, I don't remember. No, I don't remember. But I think we're okay. Seems good, yeah. Is his head missing? Well, I mean, okay, if I'm guessing right now what to do, I'm guessing I just don't get in his way. Maybe you have to find his head. Oh my God. Put him back together. I'm not Frankenstein. I think we gotta juke him. What the fuck? Headless tag. You're it. Come on, what you want? You want some? You want some? Look away. Looking away does nothing. It's still moving forward. Maybe oh God, do I try my luck? I'm wondering if this is not the right move, but this is the right move. Okay, that felt right. That felt like the right thing to do. Why isn't he wearing socks? They could be low cut. In his defense. We don't know. Now his head's back. All right, we're on it. It says L5. L5. I don't think the food has changed zone. That. Both of these say L5. Yes. Yes. Okay. Headless Dio. Seems good. There's just a lot of them that seem like they have ones that are good. And it's so hard to tell if they do or they don't. But yeah, it does have a feeling that, I do have a feeling that you only progress to the next number, even though it's the next car, if you passed an anomaly. Was the little door next to the subway doors there? Yes. Yes, this little door right here for the fire extinguisher was there. Yes. Has there been 2 anomalies in a row? Maybe it gives a clear car after each anomaly. Oh, maybe. Good question. I don't know. Good question. I guess we'll find out, huh? Right. Maybe that's why it feels like we have so many that are clear. Hey, Carter, what's up, dude? Thank you, Chuck. What level are we on? 5, I think? Because we're a Goofy Goober. Yeah, those say 5. Hi, Jeff. My name is Jeff. Does the cat always have X's for eyes? I guess it does. Oh. Done for tonight. Thank you, Chuck. All right. All those posts, man. I keep turning around looking at Jeff. Food, zone, this, that, this. Like that all seems fine. Waiting for Jeff to stand up and run. I know, dude. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. I legit feel like that's going to happen. Okay. I think this one's good. Moving on. Good to pass. I'll check these digital signs just to be sure. Here. We can see both. Yeah, those are good. I looked at the other 2. Those were good. He's old Jeff and wonders if you're ever drink Bettis from a shoe. You mean old Greg? Are you thinking of old Greg? Little Miss Crazy, hello. The seat's too red. It's too red. Oh, man. Jeff, I don't like it. I hate you. What? I like you. Look at the number. It says 5 again. It really does feel like if you don't experience an anomaly, you don't move on. Easy there, fuzzy little man Peach. Make it rain. Hi, friendo. Oh, my goodness. Guys, go follow my amazing friend, Make It Rain. Rain, how are you, dude? What's up, Mitch? Was she that crazy before? I think she was. So you have to endure trauma in order to progress. I do believe. I do declare. Yeah. It does feel that way. Same happened with the anomaly game with the cat. I can't remember the name of it, but every time you went down the stairs, you got to, oh, that is true. You'd go fix it kind of a thing. Yeah. It's a good point. It does feel that way. It does feel that way. Chilling out with the doggos. Nice, nice, nice. Love this game. It's awesome. Okay, am I assuming this correctly, Rain? That you don't progress in number unless you find a car with an anomaly and pass the anomaly? Yarn! Thank you for the raid. What's all doing? Correct. Okay. Okay. Man, I don't like experiencing so many cars where everything is fine. This is more survive the anomaly than spot the anomaly. Right. Right. Because there was really only, like, I've seen maybe one where it was like, oh, that was kind of hidden. Do not move when it's bright. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? I moved like an inch. Damn kids. We're flooring it. We're flooring it. What up, Jeff? Oh, fuck. You've got to run when it comes back down. Tom, help. Tom said help. Okay, I can move. I can move. I can move. I can move. Okay. Go back down. Settle. 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 Okay, we're good. I have no idea what's going on. Either do I. Hi, Mr. Hard, how are you? Okay. I really just want to floor it now. Man, I just got this itch to just floor it through. Is your character drunk? I don't know. I don't know. Do it? I think we do it. Okay. Jeff looks good for now. We're doing like quick glances of shit. Looks fine. Jeff, you're good. Mr. Apple, hello, how are you? What's that say? Do not proceed to the next car until the anomaly in this car has disappeared. Well, shit. There's an anomaly here. What did we miss? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That looks good. Okay. That looks fine. Eyes on the banner? What? Eyes on what banner? That looks fine. Are you talking about this one over here? That looks fine. We saw, no, that's no, good. Oh, it's that. Gotta look for strange things. Is this like observation duty kind of? I mean, kind of. You have to look for things that change, but at the same time, you need to live. And to live, you have to avoid certain anomalies. Yeah. Yeah. Just floor it. I just don't want something to pop up behind me, man. Oh, well, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Why are those doors open? Why are those doors open? If I try to run by, is something bad gonna happen? It's your chance to escape. It looks like I'm gonna hit a wall. Fictional car riders will be just fine. Yeah, oh yeah, he's chilling, man. He's fine. He's fine. Trust the process. Okay. I'm waiting, man. Something. Okay. All right, bye. Oh, what the fuck? Run! Run! We're gonna drown in blood! Shut. Oh God. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. See, my shit's really heating up. Night, thank you for the 15 months. Just wanted to hold hands. I want to hold. Oh my God. Hello, Jeff. Tom, I'm scared. Kid Cat, thank you for the 11 months. Hello, friendo. Okay. So word on the street is that we can't even go to the next one until we solve the anomaly. So really, as long as you live to this part, is that the anomaly? Okay, I think we're good. Oh my God. I'm hearing shit, dude. Now I'm hearing shit, dude. Jeff, help. Jeff, a lot of stuff is happening, man. Jeff, we need you now more than ever. L6. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. I think we're good. Had 5 happen in a row. Dude. Do not look back. Fuck you. Open the door. What the fuck? Did the train just stop? Yes. You had the option to get off the train. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, it's so red. Do you think we just floor it? I'm so afraid to floor it. I'm so afraid someone's gonna pop out and get us. Snowballs. E! 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 What does it say? What does it say? It says 8. Wait, what does that mean? Did we do things? Jeff, what do I do? Jeff said help. Do I get off here? Jeff, did we do it? Is this heaven? Eric, thank you. Keep going. I don't. It says go towards the light. I feel like I should go towards the light. but I feel like I should. Right. It's like the staircase for exit 8. You go to the light. It's a trap. I don't. Oh, it feels right. It feels like the right thing to do. There's your stop, sir. Do we do it? Oh. You guys are gaslighting me. Stop. Man, I think the hardest part about that game was trying to understand what to do. There was only one way to find out. That is facts, and that's why we went for it. That was probably the hardest part, was trying to understand if we're supposed to report something or not. I don't know. Okay. Well, I know that there's more anomalies than that. So we're gonna keep going for a little bit. Anomaly. Oh, is that how many we have left? Maybe there's 12 left. Let's try to find them. Please check electric signs, whatever. We're not here for electric signs. We're here for anomalies. Hi, Jeff. Not done yet. Roger that. It's going to say let's see all the anomalies. Yeah, we're going to try to. If you see something, shout it out. Okay. Did that not change again? But you got to find him using the Pet the Bees voice. Oh my God. Gotta be careful of that. We found the one where their eyes were all jacked up. Jeff is chilling. Okay. Okay. I don't like that it seems normal. Don't like it. What was that? Why is that door doing that? Looks like there's a jam down there. Good thing they hired me. Just the guy for the job. Probably the air? Yeah, probably. I don't know if I solved whatever that was. I saw the door getting all jumpy. Hey, Atreya, what's up? Welcome in. Stick your face in it. Roger that. Sticking face in it. shut this. The door shutting behind me. We're okay. We have light bulbs. We got this. We have Jeff. Kid is still jumping. We got them over theirs. Got to go fast to the door. You mean to the other? That was an anomaly. What? Whatever that was, was an anomaly. Shrod, thank you for the 28 months. No touchy. Do you got merch? I do. If you go to flashforcemerch.com. Yeah, I do. Waiting for Jeff. We got our eyes on you, Jeff. Always watching you. Thank you, Sean. Tom Dumpy. All right. I think it's okay. No, thank you. I don't know where your mom or your daddy is, but you can F right off. I need a parental guardian for this child, please. Squid Game? Yeah, well... Bro, she's staring at me. Do I just keep looking back? It has to be past her bedtime. Jeff! What the fuck? No. This thing's looking forward. Try walking backwards. I like that strategy. Just go backwards. They'll never... Jinx, thank you for the raid. All right, well, I guess we're just... Find me? Oh, F you. Find me? Oh my God. Find her. I mean, not to sound rude, but that was a pretty large child. Where is she gonna hide? What the? Find me, it says. Whoa, Jesus Christ! It was fun hanging with you. Have a good one. Why is she so... I don't know. I don't know why she all of a sudden just got taller than me. How many Jeffs? It's the same Jeff. Hey, Jinx, good to see you. We should name her. I don't know. We've only seen her like twice, though. She ate her vegetables. Fair play. Fair play. I saw... We're good. We're fine. Clean up on aisle 4. I almost feel like for some of these, I should just take them like head on and not try to get past them because we've already beat it. So what's the worst that's going to happen? You break it, you buy it. Roger that. Jeff Jr. Oh, oh no, it's this one. Do not move when it's bright. Maybe we do need to name her. I'm okay with Jeff Jr. Step by step. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Patricia. That was like a tricky one. Hey, what's up, Carter? I hate this. I'm not a big fan of it either. It's literally like two little scoots. It's like two little scoots. And then the lights come right back. Although the last time we saw Jeff Jr. over here, she was very, very tall. Very. Okay, when do you F off, little person? Dude, like, what the f— I'm literally close enough to open the door. What do I do? Just say, pardon me. Jesus Christ. Jeff, hello, good to see ya. Now, the reason I wanted to get through that one is because last time we did not. Last time we got taken because I moved in the light. So I wanted to get past it. What if I just floor it? What if I just gun it? Jeff, can I gun it? You think that'd be okay? Yeet. Yeah, yeet. Every time you say that, shit goes down. Is he gonna put me on social media? I really don't appreciate him. I really don't appreciate him filming me like that. And who films people like this? You know how ridiculous? Oh yeah, fine, I can do that too. Dirtbag. Takes one to know one, jerkhole. Filming contest. Oh, I see. You're watching back the video you just took, you creep. Yeah, creep. Caught in 4K. Way to go, Jeff. What does that say? There's writing on the floor, man. Can't see what it says. Eight, nine. What? 8, 9, 4? But I don't understand what that's in reference to, though. Looks like a door, right? But what? Yeah, I don't know. Bro Tater Cheap, thank you for the 29 months. Flash, where are we supposed to meet again? I'm on platform 9. I don't see you here. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out which way to go. I'm looking at what you left me, Tater. It's a little confusing. Maybe knock on them? I guess. The first one says 8 this way, so let's go that way. Eight. And then 9. And then 4. Literally like a code. Yeah. Miss Salem, how are you, friendo? Don't overthink it. It's too late. We're way past that, Tom. We're way past that. I've overthunked everything we've done. Friday, then Saturday, Sunday, what? It's pretty cool. I like that. That's neat. It's very, very puzzle-esque. Very much so like a puzzle. Why did that lag? Yeah, I don't like that. That lagged. That means there's gonna be some shit here. But you overthunk so well. Nah, dude, I don't like it. Why'd I lag when I got to this train car? I don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like there's gonna be some shit here. God damn it, deputy. Yeah, the sign on the door, doesn't that tell me to check for anomalies? Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought it was coming in. I thought I was about to bust through that window. Oh, shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, there's 5 more. We're doing good, guys. We're doing good. We're doing good. You know, I swear we've seen like 2 picture changes. I swear we've seen like 2. Was Freddy? I don't. Maybe it was that kid's parental guardian. Define good. Should you play Roblox? Blair? No, not interested. Played it once, I'm good. And who do you think's gonna clean that up, you sick bastard? Oh, shit. Oh, stop. It's in front of me. Oh, fuck. Bloody phalanges. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Guess I got caught red-handed. Oh, man. The blood prints, they freaking were right in front of me, man. Caught me off guard. I wasn't ready. Jesus Christ. Wait. I remember this. So if I look away, do you think she gets... If I look... You think I could look away for a second? It's Mrs. Jeff. Oh, hi, Mrs. Jeff. Oh, she drank the ranch soda? Yeah, that makes sense. Wonder if I like do like one of these. You know what I mean? Like one of those? One of those? One of those? Oh, hell no. Oh, how the fuck am I gonna do this? Quickly? Shut. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Hey, how's it going? Hey, welcome. Hey, how are you doing? Just looking for an open seat. Looks like all of them are taken. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna sit down here if you don't mind. Here we go. I'll just have a seat right here. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my word. Oh my. This is just like New York City subway. I can't open the door. What does that mean? Are we late to the party? I don't know. Sit in their laps. Is there one that's like different? Oh, the empty seat. Oh, excuse me. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me. I'm just gonna have a seat right here if you don't mind. You don't mind if I sit down, do you? Just prop down right here. There we go. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Lovely day. I see Jeff in the reflection. That's weird. You see Jeff over there? Okay, we're good. Jeff is always there in spirit. That's right. All right, there's two more. 2 more, we're rocking. Jeff is back. All's well, man. We're good. Bones, thank you for the freaking lurk. Appreciate it, man. That's the line to the bathroom? Shit. It's gonna be a minute. Okay. Uh-oh, yellow sign. Stinky. Uh-oh. Yellow sign. Stinky. Jeff, where is it? Where is it, Jeff? Jeff. Oh, never mind. I found it. Hey, Miss Jessica, how are you? All right. We have one more. Let's take our time. Oh, what the balls is this? Well, I don't like this one at all. I don't like it. Who the hell turned the lights off? Bro, something's gonna come running at me and I don't like it. What did you ask for knowledge? Why is it so quiet? I don't know. I can't see anything. There's no door. Oh. Do I join you? Hey, is this seat taken? Don't mind me. Just gonna hang out here. Hey, I don't know if anybody's told you, but you look great. Oh, I can't move. Oh, this. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, man. I thought we were stuck with Homie. So I'm guessing we avoid the glitchy people? Dude needs to lay off the coffee. I'm a little confused. Oh, there's another open door here. Oh, it's stopping. Oh. Well, Jeff, this is my stop. I'll catch you on the next one. Goodbye, friend. I miss you. Okay. I'm kind of intrigued. Okay. Now those look familiar. Doesn't look good. I think it's fine. Does it matter? Don't you dare. Oh, no. the prequel. Oh, it all makes sense. I kept thinking it was like the after, but it's the before. Okay, that's pretty cool. Dun, dun, dun. Imagine, yeah, it automatically launches Exit 8 for you. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. Man, holy balls. That was good. That was good. I didn't know what to expect. But how did Jeff get there before you? I don't know. Oh. Oh, we're here again. And then, okay. All right. So it resets. All right. There we go. That's rad. That was very, very cool. That was not a super long game. We knew it wasn't going to be. But it was cool. I liked it. Did it relaunch? Yeah, it went right back into another one. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I like it. See you, Deb. Learned so much about Faz. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, doop, doop, boop. All right, let's see. Hold, please. All right, the question is, do I get into another game or do we switch over to Faz? It's 10:30. I might switch to Faz. We might switch to Faz. Doot, 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 doot. There we go. Faz, yeah, I think we might. Yeah, I think we might. When's the next Lethal stream? I don't know. That's a good question, man. No other games to play tonight? Oh, the question is, how much time do we have for the other games? Some old school Minesweeper. It's funny. Somebody emailed me about a Minesweeper game, which is really, really funny. Like, I don't know. I guess a Minesweeper game that's coming out. Truffle doesn't show polls. What do you mean? The like Truffle chat doesn't show polls? Have you seen that new game, Still Wakes the Deep? No, but I saw friends that were playing it. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. See ya, Jinx. Have a good one, dude. What's it called? Still Wakes the Deep? 3149. Like, is it that good? Is it that good?
The police to my door, to my rig.
I can sort this, right? I just need time.
Don't you answer me back! You're fired. You hear me? Fired.
Jesus, Gregor! Gregor!
Shit. Kill played it? What Kill think of it? Love the wallpaper. Thank you. Oh, jeez. What's the playtime of this? I'm sure it takes a while, man. That has to take a while. Holy moly. It came out yesterday, it looks like. Shit. Shit. Yeah, it's pretty cool, though. That is pretty cool, though. If I could drop a recommendation for a 45-minute game, funniest game I played all year. What'd you play, Tommy Tom? What was it called? There's ads starting, by the way. Bite Night. Comedic first-person horror game that explores the idea of what if the big bad monster was bad at their job of being scary. All right, so let me ask you guys this. Would you rather us switch to Faz for the rest of the stream, or would you rather us do this first? What Remains of Edith Finch? You know, Bacon, we just have, my friend Mel just played that not too long ago. She just played that not too long ago, and they were, her and Glay and a bunch were recommending it. Always down for Faz. I know. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Do I have any mods available right now, by chance? Deputy, thank you for the Prime. I don't know why it's taking so long. Oh, there it is. Kitten kills. Thank you, friend. Oh, thank you, Mayor. All right, the poll's there on the purple side of things. Tis there. Tis there. Thank you, friend. I appreciate it. What Remains of Edith Finch is a masterpiece. One of the all-time faves. Okay. Okay. Gonna go to bed. Good night, Morky Mork. Have a wonderful night, my beautiful friend. Guys, make sure you're checking out Morky Mork, another amazing member of Midnight Society. So many of the awesome peeps are here tonight. So wonderfully dumb. Yeah, that's what Tom was saying. Tom was saying how funny it is. Like, it's a horror. We love a good comedy horror, though. I think that's why I like Night of the Living Dead so much. Return of the Living Dead, I mean, because it's like a comedy horror. Carter, thank you for the membership, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Bite Night? Let's do it. And then if we have time, we'll switch over to Faz after that. Let's do it. I like it. I like it. All right, let me do the ting. Here, we'll switch to this screen while I do the ting. Hi, Navrikins. How are you? All right. I imagine, no offense to the game, it doesn't look like it's going to take up that much space. 332 megabytes. Definitely not a very large game. Not a very large game. I like when the game's ready to play. It sounds like it was an achievement. It's tiny. It's tiny. All right. We're going to try this game. Tom recommends, he said it's one of the funniest games. And it's also a horror game. So, I mean, we can't go wrong, right? Let's do it. And ads are done. That's perfect timing. Perfect timing. Oh, God. Oh, God. Key Straws, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, friendo. Here, we have crickets. We have crickets. Didn't I just change the capture to the game? Hello? Oh, God. Oh, God. Quit. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Sorry, it started going ham. I wasn't ready. I switched it over. Let's try again. There we go. There it is. All right. What are we playing? We're about to play a game called Bite Night, which is apparently a like horror comedy. If I go to the store page and I read the description, it says, here, I'll show what the store page looks like real quick. Bite Night is a comedic first-person horror game that explores the idea of what if the big bad monster was bad at their job of being scary. Which I like different takes on things that we're so used to. So yeah. Have I tried GE? I have tried GEI. Yeah. We have a couple friendos that are official creators for them. Faz sounds what? All right. Options. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit. You guys tell me if you want the volume back up. Don't turn it down. Keep it cranked. Roger that. What a bop. Store. I should take a look at the task list the boss left for me behind the counter. Oh, why did I start? Why'd the game spawn me in staring at the wall? All right. All right. It's quite a tune, to be fair. I would agree. This is my jam. I got married to this song. All right, so it said check the list behind the counter, right? Wait. That says checklist. I pressed E on it. Oh, there we go. Checklist. We need to focus on customers, stock shelves, take out garbage, sweep, clean washroom. Don't worry about doing the other stuff if there's a customer. Most tasks are complete by pressing E. Don't just throw the damn Braum in the closet. Like last time. Remember, pump first, then vehicle. Wait, hold on. I just had a stroke. Remember, pump first, then vehicle, and then talk to the customer if they want. Don't make it weird. Don't want to make things weird. P.S. Don't let that old man in. Roger that. Jesus Christ. Get out of here, you creep. Sounds like there might be a customer coming for gas. I should go out and help. Well, okay, but how do I do? I have an old creeper that's trying to get in the store. How do I do this? Get out of here. Get out of here. I know what you're going to do. You're going to sneak in the store, you little tiptoeer. Oh my God, what the? Right. Old man. Oh, whoa. This is weird. Hello, sir. Are you here for gas? Wait, pump first, right? It said pump first? Time to fill up the car. Oh, my God. Hey, Crimson, welcome in. All right, bye. No thanks or nothing, huh? All right, whatever. Should probably go restock the shelves. Yeah, I think you're right, me. Oh. All right. Let's go check our stock, I suppose. Let's go to the back. There's an old man back here. I'm going to be pissed. He told me to leave you out, dude. All right, what do I restock? Does it matter? Oh. Oh, we've played this game before. Well, where is this that I'm holding? that a wolf sound? Yeah, I believe it is. Is it this thing? Is it this thing? No, it's not that thing. No, that's not right. The old man's gonna be back. Oh, it's that. It's right there. There's right. All right. 1 out of 5 restock. Yeah, we're killing it. I hear a car, but I don't see a car. Maybe that's not a car. Or whatever. Generator, I guess. All right. We have a thing of cereal here. It looks like it's that one. Mm-hmm. And then what is this? What the hell is that? I don't... Okay. Whatever this is. Old man's going to show up back here. I know it. What are these images on the boxes? The new Coco wolves. It looks like they took actual photos of cereal boxes and like photoshopped and stretched the shit out of them. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Thank you, Victorious. Appreciate it, man. Off-brand Pop-Tarts? Maybe. I don't know, man. And then whatever cookies these are. Don't overthunk it. Yeah, I don't, yeah, it's weird. We saw this, though. They were over here. Look at us doing our job. Look at us doing our job. Category, I'm on it. I'm on it. I am on it. Doggone it. Hold, please. Oh, crap. I gotta hurry. I have a customer. Ah! He phased through me. Sir, I'm not ready for you yet. I'm trying to change my category. We've become one with the customer. Hello, sir. May I help you? Good evening. How are you? Fine. How are you? Player. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. That's me. What can I get you? Just grabbing some pop and chips. No one says that. Simple enough. Thanks. Hey, be careful tonight. How come? There's been a bunch of weird stuff happening around town lately. Not really sure what's going on, but just be careful. It's a full moon. It's a full moon tonight. That's when all the crazies come out. Thanks for the heads up. Drive safely. Okay. Said that's when all the crazies come out. So he came in for some pop and chips. Off into the night. What a walk. Yeah, you know, he's just living his life. It's fine. Does this turn on? Hey, can I turn you on? No? Looks like the old man's trying to get inside. I should go talk to him. What do you want, old man? Hey. Sorry. Boss man says you can't come in here. Rabble, 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 rabble. Yeah, sorry, buddy. No can do. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Should probably shut the door. Someone get the man an Oscar. Good evening. Do you work here? Yeah, sure do. Just wondering if you have seen any unusual seen anything unusual tonight. No, not really. That's good. Just be on the lookout tonight. I can't go into much detail on the matter, but just keep your eyes out. Not to worry you or nothing. We just got some strange reports in the area. Can you tell me what I should be keeping my eyes out for? No, not really. Police confidentiality and whatnot. Just if you do see anything abnormal, give us a jingle down at the station. Give him a jingle. Will do. Give him a jingle. Prefer to keep my eyes in? No, you will keep them peeled out or whatever. Time to take out the garbage. Officer? He's a wizard, Harry. Why are the lights blinking? Better not be no old man out here. Swear to God. If he's in the dumpster, I'm going to be so pissed. Okay, did I don't know if I successfully did it or not. Ow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I made a mistake. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just put it in the wall. Help. Help. Dude, perfect that thing? Roger that. Did it come back? Ow. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Time to take out the garbage. I'm aware, but I don't think I can. Did I just break the game? I'm trying to take out the garbage. Oh, it's like this. Jesus Christ. I knew you'd be in there. Here, do you want me to feed you some more? Here. All right, well, technically the garbage is all gone. Why is the moon like that? I hope I didn't break it. Did I break it? I hope I didn't break it. Time to take out the walls. All right. I'm assuming we're done. Fan of the videos for a bit now. I wanted to say good luck with the game. Oh, thank you, Fear. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. All right. Is there anywhere else we haven't looked or anything? There's a door over here. Oh, it's a turlet. What's in the turlet? Why did weird music play? Veritas, thank you for the 7 months. It'll come crashing down in Zelda. Roger that. I keep shutting this door because they said to keep the old man out. He's sitting here hanging out in the garbage. Was that the... Okay. Was that the trash that was back here? Did I throw it accidentally into the bathroom? Okay. Old man, you're going to shoo my customers away. Get out of here. I mean, at least we were able to save it. I thought it was gone forever. And I thought we were just going to be stuck here. Thank you, Carter. Don't go in my store, old man. How many times do I have to tell you, old man? Hello, sir. Do you need some gas? I think he does. This is how you fill up vehicles in real life, in case you've never done it before. I should talk with the customer. Sure. Oh, hey, how are you? How's it going tonight? Pretty good. Hey, what's with that weird guy inside your store? Weird guy? Yeah, as soon as you came outside here, I saw some weird guy come out from the back room there. Is he like your new coworker? No, I'm working alone tonight. Yeah, I thought it was weird. He was sneaking around right behind you. No uniform or nothing. Look kind of unhinged and dangerous. Well, anyways, not really my place to stick my nose into it, but it sure gave me the heebie-jeebies. You guys really shouldn't have people like that inside of a dark night like this. It might really scare off some customers. Yeah, I'll go check it out. I wonder who he's talking about. Crow, thank you for the 45 months. Oh my God. Show the old man who's boss, unleash your inner Kung Fu Panda. Why the hell is there dirt all over the floor now? Well, it looks like I should get the broom. So we're just going to ignore the fact that somebody's in the freaking store right now. Yeah, it doesn't look like dirt. Yeah, I don't think it's dirt either. Does it matter if I get the push broom or that broom? Does it matter? Oh, I guess we'll get this one. What the? What? I threw it on the floor. All right. Doesn't want a mop. Oh, you might be right. Although it looks, I don't know. It looks like, it does look like a mop now. It looked like a broom because of how straight it was. I was able to throw this on the floor and just sweep. Oh, look at the, look at the, that tracks. 3 of 7 dirt spots. Roger that. Yeah, I have a feeling this isn't dirt. We can say it's dirt all we want. Is there an old man in this bathroom right now? What the hell was that? I heard glass break it. Do I hear him? Oh, it was just some tomato sauce on the ground. I missed it. Is he behind the door or some shit? I hear him. No. I should put the broom back in the closet. Okay. That makes sense. Tidy up. Okay. Sweeping time, baby. God damn it. What do you mean sweeping time? What? I'm very confused. I should put it back in the closet. I picked this back up. Sweeping time, baby. Put the broom back with the... I did. Oh, maybe I left click by accident. Oh, thank you, Tom. Sounds like someone's in the store already. Oh, okay. Good evening. Good evening. What can I get you? Nothing. I'm just browsing. Well, you were browsing really weird. Let me know if you want anything. I'm browsing. He's just staring at me. I'm not for sale. I hear old man. Yeah, it's just kind of my hobby. Browsing, that is. It's just kind of like what I like to do, you know. I like to come to gas stations in the middle of nowhere late at night. You know, like the kind of gas stations that just have one employee working alone by themselves and there's no one else around. They probably don't even have a phone or anything nearby they could use to call for help if something were to happen. Huh? Yeah, it's just what I like to do for fun. Anyways, thanks for listening. Hope you have a beautiful night. Bye-bye. Well, I guess I just have the washroom left to clean now. I should grab the mop first. Yeah, I probably should. Why when I walk in the bathroom does it make the... Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Bro, there was a bat in here. Why? Phew, wasn't too bad. Time to put the mop back. Sorry. What the hell was that? Anyways, I should put the mop back. I love the continual need to just do my job. Under any conditions, it doesn't matter. I am here to do work. Hey, sweet mutton chops. Holy shit. Time to fill this hot rod. I don't want to get fired, do you? I should probably see what this moron wants to say. Wow! Jesus Christ. I'm so rude. Thanks for filling her up, sweet pea. This mother effer just called me sweet pea. No problem. See ya, partner. Hopefully that's the last customer for the night. I should go back inside and wrap things up. Ugh. Called me sweet pea. Bleh, bleh. Oh, you're not getting away this time, buddy. Give me a... Oh, Jesus, he shit on the ceiling. Give me a broom. Fuck. Give me something. Give it to me. It won't let me get it. Where'd he go? Ah! I'm really wondering where he is. Can't find him anywhere. Where did he go? Wonder where he is. Hey, I can see you. Hey, buddy, I'm standing right here. I know you're hiding under that garbage can. I'm not going anywhere, so take the damn thing off. Bleh. Who the hell are you, and why are you messing up everything in the gas station?
Bleh.
Bleh. Well, and if you're not going to answer my questions, will you at least help me clean up this place?
Bleh.
Bleh. That's it. I'm getting the garlic.
Bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh.
Does that mean you're going to help?
Bleh. Bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Bleh, bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh.
Okay.
Bleh, bleh.
Okay, I can't pick any of these things up. This is normal. I think so. I don't know if he's. Oh, no way. I'm not supposed to clean these up, am I? Are you effing kidding me? This jerk hole. Oh my God, I am. Yeah, sing your blast song all you want. It's not going to clean up the boxes. Throw a box at him? I should throw a box at him. Where are you, piece of trash? This is your fault. You did this. How dare you? Bleh, 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 bleh. Look what you did. Oh, no, Carter. You're a good friend. He's not even clean. He said he was going to clean the ceiling. Or, I don't know. Maybe I assumed his blizz meant he was going to clean the ceiling. Why can I only pick up one box? They're large boxes. What do you want to, what am I supposed to do? I don't think I can pick up more than one, can I? Okay, as that say. Yeah, they're large boxes. Krisky, welcome in. I should go see how the vamp is doing. Wait, you didn't clean anything?
Bleh.
I thought you were going to scrub the roof.
Bleh, 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 bleh.
I don't have time for this. I'm supposed to be closed
Bleh,
already.
bleh.
Okay, where the hell did he go now? Oh, God. So he crawls around on the ceiling for a solid 5 to 10 and doesn't even clean up the poo stains. What a jerk. Did he seriously say womp womp with blah blah? I think so. I think he did. I should put the broom back. Okay. I should go see if Vamp is actually cleaning. Cleaning what? Oh, he's just standing here. What are you doing? Why is the old guy still out there? I thought you said you were going to help.
Bleh.
Wow, what a motivational speech. Please, could you give me more motivation rather than actually help clean the place?
Bleh, bleh, bleh.
We're just going to move on. Slay Queen. What the F is going on? Yeah, we don't know. We're not exactly sure. I guess he's done with his motivational speech. Old guy's still out here creeping around. Turn into Coyote Ugly. Hey, Blue, how are you? I should go talk to Vamp before I leave. Well, where the hell is he now? Oh. Hey. Well, Mr. Vamp, that's it. We're all finished cleaning up for the day.
Blip, blip, blip.
You don't say. You know, you're not half bad.
Blip, blip, blip.
Well, you might not have helped clean. And you knocked a bunch of stuff over.
Blip, blip, blip.
And you tracked in all that dirt.
Blip.
Yeah, all that dirt. That wasn't you?
Blip.
Weird. Anyways, it was nice hanging out with you. Made this lonely job go by
Blip,
faster.
blip, blip.
Well, come on, let's go. I gotta lock up.
Blip.
You say you want to wait inside because you don't do so good at night when it's a full moon and that causes you pain to be out at night. You then started explaining the lore of your people but said it's too long, so you stopped.
Blip.
Understandable. Hope I see you again, Vamp.
Blip.
I can't leave. Said I should leave now. Do I go out through the back door? Well, guess I'm just going to mosey on home. There's no generator here, by the way. And he's still inside the store. Front door. I tried to open the front...
Blip, 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 blip.
Oh shit, it's a werewolf! No! Vamp, help me! Vamp! Vamp! Vamp, help! Oh, he drop kicked him. Oh shit! Fight, 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 fight! Kick his ass, Seabass! I need to check by smashing his face. Only the... Oh shit! Oh shit! Vamp's a badass! I should probably go thank Vamp. Wow, you saved me.
Blip, blip, blip.
Blip, blip, blip. Huh? Maybe you're not as bad after, but not so bad after all.
Blip, 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 blip. Blip, 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 blip.
Wait, you were only at the gas station to hunt the werewolf?
Blip.
And you You were actually using me as bait so the werewolf would reveal themselves? Crazy man, welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
Blah, blah, blah.
But the time we spent together showed you the real meaning of friendship?
Blah.
Oh, wow. I guess the power of friendship really can defeat all evil.
Blah.
The jumping freeze frame at the end is probably my favorite part. Read the credits, it's too late. It went by too fast. I'm going to have to go by and watch. Oh my god. Dude stepped back and went. Oh my god. And that's it. Oh man, Tom, that was a great suggestion. That was wonderful. Thank you, friend. That was so good. I think the ending frame of him jumping was probably my favorite part. That was so good. That was so good. Oh my god. All right. All right, now we'll switch to Faz. Tom, that was wonderful. Thank you, friend. That game was called Bite Night, by the way, for anybody that's curious. Bite Night. If you are interested in checking it out yourself. Oh my god. Tooth, how are you doing, friend? Oh, the end. That was one of the best endings I've ever seen for a game. A vampire that just uppercutted a werewolf jumps up and does an 80s freeze frame. Like, it's really, really tough to beat that. Came into the last minute. Oh, Tooth. That was different, dude. That was different. Holy shit. If there's a short of this, there's a very good chance that there will be a short of that. Chuck Norris vampire. Dude, he kicked the shit out of that wolf. Did you see that? Oh my god. What up, Fox?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, there's a prestige button, but we know we can't hit the prestige button. We know why. We're not allowed. We're not allowed. Looks like a gem from itch.io. Oh no, that one was from Steam. It definitely looks like an itch.io game though. No, I had just posted a I posted a YouTube video today of an itch.io game called Let's Find Larry if you missed it. Dude, Let's Find Larry is basically a Where's Waldo horror game. It was so good. It was so good. Okay. Okay. Why can't you hit it? Oh, why can't I prestige? Because there's an update coming. Yeah. The Phasmo update is happening on Tuesday. Took a dark turn real fast, but it was really good though. It was done so well. Yep. Tuesday is the update publicly. Kinetic Partners will have the update on Monday. So I will be streaming the update Monday morning at 6 a.m. my time. 6 a.m. my time. And we have a new map that we're going to get to play. I posted a clip of the ending credits in the Clips channel. Thank you. Thank you, Battle Corgi. I want to check it out. Also, Court posted a picture of baby. Court, are you here? I saw you here earlier. What the hell? 6 a.m. Yeah, for me. 3 a.m. PST sounds cozy. We have some friends that are in PST. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me look at the Clips channel real quick. There's a new map. Yeah, Point Hope. Point Hope will be available on will be available on Tuesday for everybody. Yep. Have some friends. Looks at myself. Dedicated. Listen, dude. Listen, Linda, listen. We've been waiting, okay? There's no shot. I don't give a fuck what time it's going to be. There's no shot that I'm missing getting as much update time in as I can. I'm taking that day off work. Yeah. Hold on. We got to watch this real quick. What the hell? Category update, please. There we go. Nugget, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. You bet 39 bucks it'll be an Oni. Roger that. All right, we'll see what happens on the first map. Honeydews, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. All right, let's do this. All right, let me mute the music real quick. There's ending credits that I want to read from the game we just played. I don't want to see what they say, but we can also relive. We can also relive what we just watched. All right, hold on. You and Vamp became the best friends and moved to a small island on the coast where you ran your own snack bar, only open the weekend. Unfortunately, just as the business really started to take off, Vamp got scammed by a con man who convinced him sand dollars were the same as the real thing, and you lost everything, having to return to your job as a gas station at the gas station within 6 months. Okay, it's enough. Thank you for clipping that and posting it. I appreciate it. Woo! Give the go work. Thank you, dude. Better than Twilight. Oh yeah, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Dennis recommend. Emote one of the vampire. You know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of the what is the poo killer or whatever it's called. Whatever the hell his name is, the poo killer. The Chiba's played like every one of those games. It had the same art style. It also needs to say bleh. Bleh. You're good, Carter. No worries, man. Such a weird game, but it's so funny. All right, I'm gonna let you guys pick where I go. How about that? Since we're ending the night with some frères marriage. So 1 through 13, your vote counts once. 1 through 13, where do you want to go? Boop, 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 boop. How do you change the songs? What do you mean? It's a playlist. It just goes to the next song randomly within the playlist. Yeah. I need to fix this, man. Actually, I guess there's no point in fixing it. Not yet. I'll have to make a new one when we'll have to update this whenever Point Hope gets added. Point Hope's going to be added to the mix. We'll have to adjust things. There's no point in fixing it right now. That'd be a waste of time. Got some 6s. We got some 5s. I'll give you another like 15 seconds. Give you another like 15. Can't wait to see the weekly that's created for Point Hope. I'm curious to see if they add it to the rotation. Yeah. I'm curious to see if they add it. I don't know. All right. Random. What's up, Golden? All right. Random nightmare. And then after we do that, we will see what happens. We'll see based on the time and whatnot, where we go next. Point Hope Weekly is called Can You Take Me Higher? I hate it here so much. Ooh, Tangle. Nice. Can you take me higher? Patricia Rhodes. Firelight. Capture a photo and let's go. going to be interesting, dude. All we can do is speculate until we see anything else. We have a couple images that we saw from past updates and whatnot where they showed us photos. That's all we have. Boner jam. Hiding. Ooh. Open. Says me. No music box. Sag. Wait, is that hiding? She. Think it'll be haunted? No, I think you're a liar. No cards. No mirror. No paw. Thank you, Ms. V. We're farted on. Did I just hear? Basement? Tub? What did I hear? That sounded... It sounded muffled. All right. Well, we have EMF 5. Sure. It's not an Oni. Not an Oni. Noni. Back over here. There we go. All right. So we have EMF 5. We're on Nightmare, so we're going to have 2 pieces of evidence. 2 pieces. We're going to go like this. We should be okay. Should be all right. Welcome back, Carter. See you, dude. Good to see you. We're assuming it's there. Hopefully it's not doing that crap through the wall. But I guess we'll find out. Oh no. Let's get some lights on. Lurking now. Thank you, Ms. V. I heard another toss. Are you in the garage? You son of a bitch. No, I think it's in the garage. I don't know why I was roaming over here doing all kinds of stuff and whatnot, but yeah, it's in the garage. Let's turn that off. Oh, there's our breath. Any orbs? Norbs. Yeah. Ghosty wants a sandwich. And ain't gonna get a sandwich. Maybe twin. I mean, always possible. Yeah, it's always possible. That might be why it was throwing stuff and then all the way in the back. But I mean, garage and living room. I mean, garage and kitchen is not very far apart. There's a really good chance that it was just roaming. Because it's not that far of a roam. But let's go get these down and check for more evidence. We're going to get one more, so we might as well check for it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you far? Oh, you bag of trash. It stepped in that, but didn't walk anymore. It legit stepped in that and then did not walk in. Okay, that's better. All right, we do not have footies. Can you be a Goryo? You can be. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, let's go to the truck. Let's go to the truck. Could be a Goryo. Yeah, I don't like when the ghosties do that either. And I've had ones that literally step in each one of the salt piles and then just dip. Literally just dip. All right, we'll watch this for a second. See if we get dots. If we do, there's a possibility that we have a Goryo. But as of right now, here's all of our ghosties. We know it's not you, and we know it's not you. Yeah. What up, Drix? Oh, we don't know what ghost it is yet. And we have dots. So it's a Raiju or it is a Goryo. So, wait, do I need crucifix? We need firelight. All right, let's get a firelight, crucifix, and another camera just because. There we go. That ought to do her. It heard you and was like, is that better? It's trying to prove a point. Oh, sorry. It's probably pissed I did that too. Here, eat this. I'm out of the room. This should be okay. This should be good. If we see dots in person, it's a Raiju. If we don't see them in person, it's a Goryo. Easy peasy. No, I'm good, Wrecked. I appreciate it, though. I'm good. Been saying turn off the car. I'm wearing my turn off the car shirt. Ironically enough. I got my sailor merch on. I'm not in the room. I'm out of the room. So it should, if it's a Goryo, it'll do its Goryo thing. I just needed to do dots again. Come on. It's not blowing the firelight out either. Ghost, please. Hello? What's your name? Oh, thank you, Patricia. Is it shitty dot placement? Is that your problem? Do you not like it where it is? Here. Let's put it over here. Patricia thinks that she's dude perfect. What's up, bunny? Okay, we know you're doing that through the wall, you jerk. If I make it hunt, we know what it is. Capture photo repel. You know what? I'm tired of waiting for you. Tired of waiting. Oh, you son of a bitch. Turn the power off. Ghost being a brat? I mean, it is a kid ghost, to be fair. How's Sailor doing? Doing pretty well last I checked. Also hasn't left its room. That still could possibly be a Raiju. I mean, we had a Banshee the other day that did not move rooms for 30 minutes. And Nightmare. Nightmare. Never moved rooms. Not a single time. All right, let's bring you. Let's bring you. I hope I have enough sanity to do this, because we're about to do it. I do know of some trickery, but I don't want to do it. I can snooze these. Get snoozed on. Got that. Got that. Got this. Got that. Okay, this. Had a Banshee that never moved rooms on a POC Tuesday. Yeah. That sounds right. All right. We might insta-die here, and if we do, well, you know what? We tried. Bye, Felicia. I might have fucked that. You know what? F it. We're gonna try anyway. Goryo test is stay in the van. Hello, child. Oh, wait. I might have screwed up, by the way. I knew it. I just thought about that after I took the photo. I'm like, you know what? There's a good possibility because I didn't take the summoning circle photo that ghost photo is actually not a ghost photo. This might also be screwed. Oh, it's not. Okay. Sick. You little fucking cretin. I quit. Photo overhaul can't come soon enough, dude. Hey, Penguin, how are you? Disappeared within a second. By the way, I don't think I heard it speed up, so I think it's a Goria. The injustice. Little mother effer. Little mother effer. I mean, there's no point in completing it now. I was going for a perfect game. You little bastard. Oh, if a ghost is in the photo, it prioritizes the ghost over an interaction or something circle. I'm fairly certain that it's supposed... I'm not doing it. Fairly certain that it's supposed to. Or no, they took away the priority system, didn't they? Oh, Broderick, I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Day failed in 11-12 APOC all maps attempt because the ghost just flat out decided a point blank cruci photo wasn't anything. It happens, man. It happens. All right, we're gonna run ads and then we'll do some more though. I do ads every hour. I do 3 minutes every hour so that we remove the pre-rolls. Sometimes we can't stop it though, but when I'm doing fads, I can. So we're gonna run them. Go potty, get a drink. We'll be right back. Obviously, if you have Twitch Turbo or you're subbed, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it long. Penguin, welcome in. Snack break. Yeah, go get a snack. See you again. Have a good one. But yeah, I'm excited for Tuesday. Tuesday is going to be a blast, dude. Monday, I mean. Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday and Monday. Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday, Monday. Monday, Tuesday. All those days. They're going to be good. They're going to be good. I'm much excited. All right, I'm double checking stuff while we're sitting here. Apologies. Okay. Off Mondays, Tuesdays. Worked out perfect. Hey, let's go. Yeah, so Monday we'll stream it early. Super early in the morning. We will check out all that the update has to offer. So we'll do the map and whatever else there is. Whatever else there is. Streamer having to do life stuff. The nerve. Listen, man. We try our best. We try our best. Hi again. Pizza or ramen? Depends on the mood. Sometimes I don't want pizza. Sometimes I do. I'd say most of the time I do. Just depends on the mood, man. Or are you asking me what you should eat right now? Maybe live on YouTube that day. Probably, Carter. Yeah, I think that's the plan. There you go. Make a ramen pizza. Or make some ramen with pepperoni. Just trying to find the middle ground here. I'm not really sure where it is yet. If it's top ramen, then I vote pizza. But if it's good noodles and broth, then I vote ramen. Nah, ramen pizza's the middle ground. Okay. We're talking like noodles on top of pizza, right? I'll do both. There you go. Boom. That sounds messy. Yeah, it sounds like a really awful idea. Carbs on carbs. You're carby carbs. That's right. Had a ramen pizza before. There was no noodles on the pizza. And they're not doing it right. They're not doing it right. Carbs squared. Sausage? Yeah, man. Hell yeah. I want some ramen. I'm sorry. They started it. It wasn't me. It was them. They did it. They did it. Hey, Mrs. Turtles. Good to see you. Then drink a Coke as you eat it. Wait, what? Thank you for the follow, Penguin. Appreciate it. Take the blame. You should take the blame. You should take the blame. Gonna make 2 pizzas. Holy cow. How hungry are you?
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Progressive becoming your parents' commercials. Actually, oh my God.
The intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one.
As Flash will eat a bean. No.
And it looks like they left
I thought of, I thought of bringing that back for the rest of the month for sub goal stuff, like beans, just because I don't have the sodas anymore, but I'm not really sure what to do with it yet. We still have to have that discussion. I'm not sure. Blame Sparkle? Say less. Hey. It'll be a gin. Am I crazy? Or were you the one that bet like 30 some odd dollars that it was going to be an Oni last round? Just saying. Hello, Ghosty Shorts. Of course it was Sparkle. I know. Oh, hey, how are you? I can't. Favors Willow? Yeah, same here. The temps are going. Is it in this room? Oh, maybe. Ooh, okay. Okay, well then I'm going to be kind of quick because it's a good room to have the ghosty in. Nice. It's a good room to have the ghosty. So let's go. This. Go. There we go. Make it fast. There we go. Did I turn this on? Shit. There we go. Let's rock. I wanna rock. Nothing here. Orb. Orbical. Okay, fine. I'll play your game. I'll play your game. Nightmare? Yeah. Yeah. Classic Nightmare. This. Watch this for a second. See if we get some dots. What is my base loadout? Typically I will grab flashlight, thermo, and EMF. I used to grab photo camera because back in the day you used to be able to double photo a door and see if it was fingerprints. Back in the Disney. Corbs, thank you for the prime. Oh, hey, how are ya? Double check. Just to be sure. Or that. Jesus Christ! Grandma! Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Grandma, where are you? Are you near? Granny, where are you? Sweet baby Jesus. Wonder if it won't do the writing from there. Or it might be freezing. Although... Chill, Granny. Gee. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, you're not a Goryo. Because I'm pretty sure that was your room before, Grandmama. Look, if you don't think about it, it's fine. How it goes through the book and then write in it. Oh, really? Oh, see, we talked about that before, and I was like, I think the reason I never get that is because I don't play on Pro. Sorry, had to sneeze. What's up, JP? How are you, friend? All right, lots of EMF. Oh, ooh, no, can't be you. Thank you. Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate it. All right, watch this for a second. Oh, my nose. My nose. Just getting home from work. Shuby, thank you for the 5 months. Hello, friendo. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Did I have a book there? Is that book now gone? I'm sorry, Anarchy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is the tier 2 UV worth it? Just unlocked it. Should I upgrade from tier 1? I mean, if you've never used it before, I would highly recommend using everything so you can get a feel for it. But most people don't like the tier 2 UV. Most don't like it. There was slip over the book. Yeah. Motion sensor. Well, we might as well, while we're here, do one of those. Do one of these. Tier 2 is horrible. Yeah, it's like a pin light. It's not much that it's not really recommended. Dude, I couldn't even see the book. Did I actually get it? Okay, I did. All right, I'm gonna give you some more chances, EMFer. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Dude, you're not getting... Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Obviously not. What the fuck? Give me my second evidence, you turd. It's like a laser pointer, yeah. Come on, dude. Granny needs to kick it up a notch. So we just have orbs. That's it. Excuse you. She's so feisty. We should probably get at least one of these. Say it with me now. Shut up, Siraj. Dude. Which smudge stick is better? It's all preference. A lot of people prefer tier 2 or tier 3, but I prefer tier 1. We know you're here, and I've given you so many chances. Jesus Christ. Bro, you are so active. What the f... Are you a Thay? We should probably do this. Hold on. We should probably do this. Is it broken tonight? No. No, it's not broken. I just didn't do it tonight because I was going to, but then things were acting a little strange. And completely invisible. Nowhere to be seen. Completely invisible. Oh, you're killing me, Grandma. You're killing me, Smalls. I'm just gonna throw these all inside the door, because why the hell not? At least they'll be at the ready. It's fine. Winter, fall, how are you? We still only have orbs, by the way, which I don't even know where they went. Let's do a quick lap, see if we can find them. Do you move the shoes to keep the ghost from drifting out the corner? I don't know. I just have this assumption that there's a possibility the shoes are like pushing you for some reason. Is it true? No idea. But do I feel better about it moving them? Sure. Okay, you're back in there, but where the hell's the orb? The ghost just set off the motion sensor. We know it's there. Sorry for going to bed. I appreciate it, dude. Killing me. Killing me. Yeah, orbs is the only thing we have. That's correct. We don't have UV. This dude. This dude. Okay, what the fuck? We'll go over here. What does a Thay need? Orbs, writing, and dots. Orbs, writing, and dots. It's awfully spicy. I'm a little bit curious. I am really thinking this is a Thay. With how active it's being, the fact that it's not giving me the next piece of evidence is kind of stupid, and I don't know why. Yummy, you piece of shit. Where's the orb? Did you see ghost writing? No. Negative. That's a negative, Ghost Rider. Granny's not happy. Granny's a jerk. Should protect us. Should be all right. Going crazy? No, you're fine. I would much rather check. I would much rather check than just guess. You could drink hello. You wanted to hunt, now hunt. Let's go. Okay, now I don't want you to hunt. Here, please. Shit, you're gonna eat that crucifix, you jerk. I wanted to hunt. Hey, Cabra, how are you? There we go. Sounds very normal. There goes my grandma. Watch her as she goes. Chances? Unlikely. No shot. You would not be. If you shapeshift, I swear to God. Could still be a Thay. Technically, if I aged it perfectly, yes. We could have it hunt again, though. And then when she goes to the stairs, comes back down, I'll see if she speeds up with line of sight. Knocked on a window. Current difficulty is nightmare. We have a ghost that's only giving me one piece of evidence. Again, the only thing I can think is an Obake that for some reason has hidden ultraviolet every single time that I've checked. And I've checked a lot. So it's possible, but Granny said F them shoes. How normal she sounds. No. She sped up in line of sight. That's not a thing. We haven't seen dots. Did she write in this book? Where's this book at? Didn't I have a book in here? I did. No writing. No EMF 5. Not a Raiju. Again, unless you've hit it every single effing time. Maybe a mimic. It would give me 2 more pieces of evidence if it was. Cold temps. What if it's freezing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this a Yurei? It's been a little handsy with the doors. Can it go to your mic? Not unless I'm doing push to talk. Let me go get another firelight. We're just pretending like it's freezing and we don't know. Good night, hero. Have a good one, dude. That's freezing, isn't it? Son of a bitch. Now the question is, it's an Onryo or a Yurei. Take sanity to do an Onryo test? You can do an Onryo test without taking sanity. Do it like this. I have a firelight on both sides of the crucifix. Like this. Onryo will prioritize firelight over the crucifix. So if I keep those lit, and I keep this lit, and it doesn't hunt, we know what it is. Unless it does the ability on that door. Hype for the new map? Oh, absolutely, dude. Yeah, I can't wait. I'll be streaming it all Monday morning. Okay, you're annoying. Shut up. Hey, Fallen. Like cake? Nope. It's coming out for everyone on Tuesday, but because I'm a Kinetic partner, I have access to it on Monday. Oh, shrewd a book. Ash, think of the 12 months. 12-month Prime. 11 months. That's almost half a year. You got both of those wrong. It's been a year. Hey, Null. How long are you going to be streaming Monday? I don't know. That's a good question, friend. I think we have an on-ray of friends. Is it impossible for a ghost that writes to throw a book around? No. Well, depends on what difficulty you're playing on. You play with viewers? If we hit our sub goal, I do. For the month. Would you fuck off? If you're playing on Nightmare or higher, then technically the ghost can still be a writing ghost. It just might be hiding that evidence. Okay, we know what you are, dude. Go ahead. Eat the crucifix, you butthole. Add. I'm not running any. Do I play with Tater Cheeps? I do play with Tater Cheeps. I just messaged Tater Cheep not long ago. Okay, so what we'll do now, let's do this, do this, do this. Take one of these. Do one of those, take one of these. You bitch. He did. Yes, I did. It's not nice. It's not nice to call the thing that is trying to kill me a bad name. Nailed it. Yep, fine. I'll direct all the bad activity to you then. You just asked for this. Don't you remember that? I had a double stack there. Oh, that's okay. We'll just leave. I've been playing Faz for like 3 years. D-A-M-N, Fallen. Unless you're talking about an actual physical dam. Then I'm not sure how you it one. Wanted to play the game for 2.5 years. Oh, you waiting for console?
If you'd like to progress,
I don't want to progress. All them spud emotes. Thank you, Game With Me. Appreciate it, dude. What is the new map? It's the lighthouse. Point Hope. Point Hope. The only thing that we have out in the public right now is just a couple photos that have been through different updates. I'd have to go find them. But beyond that, we have not seen anything else. Haven't seen anything else. What up, Snurp? How you doing? So confused? What are you confused about? Why are you confuzzled? Firelight, escaping parabolic. Think it'll be a Hantu? You still owe me money from the other ghost. Blow out the candle. Yeah. Uh-huh. I hope it's fantastic layout. Not. It's gonna be a lot of stairs, dude. Right. It blew out the firelight a bunch of times, but the reason it never hunted is because I kept relighting them. Is that upstairs? Does an Onryo hunt? The Onryo ability is after blows out 3 firelights, but if you have another fire present after the third, it cancels it out. So because I kept lighting it, I was canceling its ability. You're right, Ghosty. Or it's in the basement. Ooh, maybe it's in the basement. Maybe it's Basemonte. Ghosty. I thought I heard muffled stuff being tossed. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're wrong. No? Okay. Moving on. Moving on. I swear to God, I heard muffled stuff, man. Yeah, Tangent. Of course. Always. Always. I will do my best to try and explain things when they happen, for sure, friend. You sneaky beesh. You sneaky beesh. That's what I heard was a shoe? You bastard. Gee, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was a joke. Can you guess the ghost right now? Nope. Confused also. Oh, about the Onryo? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of abilities, man. There's a lot of them to be had. Just a prank, bruh. Just a prank, bruh. A dead one. Exactly. Thank you, JP. See, JP gets it. Why don't you guys get it? You think they'll add new ghosts in the future? I sure freaking hope so, man. I sure hope so. I think it's needed. Absolutely needed. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Where are you? Are you here? Indigestion? No, we're good. I'm not going to stick around and wait. Let's go get more stuff. They're very sensitive about their shoes. But why? Upset stomach. Die. Hope they have more ghosts. Yeah, I think they will. Let's get you. Get the salt. Get the UV. Let's get the. Oh, I need a paramike. I need a firelight. I need. God, we need everything. Although, no, I don't have the lighter on me. As I say, there is the firelight. There's the candle in the hallway. Hey, what's up, Onyx? What's this game? You're from YouTube? Wait, you're from YouTube and you don't know what game this is? From my YouTube? Ghosty. Oh, Steppies. It's Phasmophobia. Yeah, do you normally watch my channel? Hey, great in, welcome in.
Tragedy struck, injured in a closely senseless act of violence, loss of life. In a shocking killing. My life was spoken. Tragedy struck, injured in a closely senseless act of violence.
Turn the station to traffic. Yeah, hold on. How's that? Is that better? Perfect. Roger that. Ah, it's freezing. I don't even have a video camera in here yet, do I? 3? Yeah, it's a 3. Yeah. I hate that we can only hold 3 things. I don't mind it. I think it'd be a different story when you play on larger maps. When you have further to travel, then it does suck. But no, I think 3 is fine. Yeah, let's watch. It's going to be orbs. So let's pretend that it is orbs because it's the only thing that I don't have in there that I can't see. So if it's orbs, we have a Rev, Yuri, Hantu, or an Onryo again. But that's us pretending like we know that it's an Onryo, but we don't know for sure. We doesn't know. Ghostbusters? No, you're not capturing the ghost. Got the game a while back. Haven't played it. Any tips for beginners? Like Eric was saying, knowing where to hide is huge. 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 Well, that ain't good. I don't see orbs. Well, what the hell is it? We have hiding there in the living room. Sweet. Never mind. Think it was a chair. Wait, think what was a chair? Oh, dot. Oh, dots. Oh, I got you. I got you. We'll look. We'll see. It could still be dots. We don't know. We don't know. Did the ghost move? I don't know. It's hard to say from here. I'm not sure yet. I guess we could find out in a minute. Frank said hello. We're giving Ghosty a second to decide what the hell it wants to do, because right now, Ghosties are giving out one evidence. They're being weenies. The way they walk predicts what ghost it is. It's a really strange way of putting it. The way they walk predicts what ghost it is. You mean the way that the speed that they walk tells you what ghost it is? Because that's true for some of them. Make a shoe joke again. We're not seeing dots. I don't think we have writing. All we have is freezing. We don't see orbs. We need to double check and make sure that the ghostie is still in that room. Let's get some crucifixes down. Jeez. Jeez. Weenie Hut General. Weenie Hut Junior. Ghosty, don't you dare. It hasn't given you my 5 yet. It's done a lot of interactions. If it's not giving a 5, it's a jerk. Oh, it threw the book. Nope. Devastating loss of life. What? Yeah, we get it. Shut up. I still see my breath in here. It's -7 degrees. I think the ghost is still there. Hey, talk. Is there a way to turn off subtitles on my end? Absolutely, good girl. Yeah, that's not rude at all. No, 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 no. You're talking about the closed captions? Are you on desktop right now? Don't shut the door on me. You're on mobile? Let me go to my stream. Hopefully I don't die. Quiet, Ghosty. Let me do a check real quick. I'll talk for a second so it would show up on my end as well. I don't see closed captions. You're on mobile and you see closed captions. Well, finally. Yeah, I see it turn the lamp on. So if it's possibly a mare, it's not a mare. I don't know how they got on the air. We'll check it out in a second. Might be an account problem? No. Devastating loss of life. Shut up. Maybe you're being a dickhole. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Ghost crotch right to the face. Where are you? Are you near? Oh, you piece of shit. It farted on us earlier, right? What'd you get for crouching? Hey, listen. Look out, I'm trying. Ghost is so spicy. Didn't Ghost fart on me earlier? I don't remember now. I thought it airballed on me in the hallway. If it did, it's a Ure. I probably am going to make you hunt. So I'm going to take these away from you. Oh, hang on, right. No, good girl, there's got to be a way. No, there's got to be a way. I don't like that. Z, hello, friendo. No. Because I think it's good to know, because if I know, then I can tell others. Santi, thank you for the 4-month Prime. Thank you, friendo. Let's see. Jeez, never mind. That's from 7 years ago. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the follows. Phantom, appreciate it. Oh man, good to see you. How you doing? I'm good. We're checking up something right now for Twitch Mobile. Do you know when customization is coming? No idea. No, we don't know for sure yet. What's up, Nick? We don't know for sure when that's going to happen. Come on. Been watching. There is no. Chat settings. It's mod settings. That doesn't work. I'm on my Samsung. It's in the call. Oh, are you on? Oh, I guess that would have been a really good question. It would be if you were on an iPhone or if you were on an Android. Because if you're not on iPhone, that explains it. They announced the new map a year ago. Yeah. Yep. I didn't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it as an option for mine either. I don't know if that's maybe something that they are testing for people. You're on iPhone. Yeah, I don't know if that's something they're testing for certain users and not everybody has access to it. Because I know that I'm not seeing it right now. Yeah. How much can we text? Oh, you're welcome to, as long as it's not spam. Yeah. Is it? No, it's closed captions. It's not a chat overlay. No, it's done through my OBS. It's the captions. It's done through my OBS. Although it says they're disabled right now. Do you guys see them on desktop? Okay, now I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it. No complaints? Yeah. You don't see it, right? You do see it. You don't see it. What is going on? Hold on. Let me look on mine. I don't see it on mine. I do not see it on mine. You're on PC and don't see it. I'm on PC and I don't see it. You see it? What the? How? I see it on desktop, right? Right from window in the window. That's so weird, dude. I do not have it on right now. That's really fracking weird. Is it because it's not because I have it muted, is it? No, because I should still have the. I mean, that'd be the whole idea is to have it advanced, enhance. You don't either? Yeah. Stargazing, thank you for the 10 months. Let's see. Let's see here. We're just checking stuff out, because why not? Jeffrey Bezos. What are we talking about? We're talking about closed captions. Some people are saying that they have the option, they see it. But I do not. I do not see it. Yeah, if you could post a screenshot in the Discord, that'd be awesome. You do see it. What the? I don't see that on mine. What? I just saw Mare screen grab and Mare has it. Dude, I'm losing my shit. Yeah, mobile. I don't know what's going on. We might just have, we're just gonna have to move on. I don't see it. I don't see it. I see clipping, casting, full screen, theater, settings, but then there's no CC. Look harder. I don't see it. All right. Well, it is what it is. Have to change it on an iPhone and not through Twitch. Oh God, that's annoying. That's fracking annoying. All right. What was I doing? Where were we? Who am I? What? Who the hell are you people? Why are you here? Is this Mandela effect? No, I don't think so. No, because on OBS, my captions say off, but they're on for people, which is throwing me for a loop. It's supposed to be on. They're supposed to be on anyway, but still. Twitch is twitching today. I guess, man. We needed to make you hunt, right? I have a lighter in there somewhere. It's fine. In another dimension. On iPad, it's unavailable. Yeah. Probably Twitch. It could be. Oh, 100% could be. Do we know what the curse was? Was it the circle? Was it the circle? No. Not the mirror. Not the cards. Fixed on the phone. Oh, with a different setting. I gotcha. The freaking paw? Is it hanging out with the ghost? Oh, that's not good. Hey. What the shit? Go, go. I'm crouched again, you bag of balls. Hey, get out of here. Wait a minute. I'm very... It's not the cards. It's not the... Oh, I didn't even check for Frank, did I? What? Okay, I'm so confused. Hold on. I was like, what have we not checked? Got it. Shut up, hamster. All right, we need to watch it hunt so that way we can figure out what it is. Let's ask it a question or two. Listen, dude, listen. Listen, Linda, listen. There we go. Evil witch lady, thank you for the prime. Doesn't like chips. Let's find out. My headgear's in the shadow. Hold on. It's in the shadows. Do you like chips? Hold on. Chip, I'm going to find out for you. Do you like beards? Oh my goodness, you're in luck. All right, let's see how dirty it is. How many people have pooped in this house? Oh, you got a fresh house. Oh man. Looking really, really good. Those questions never work for me. How many pickles can you stick up your butt? Okay, I didn't know you were that sensitive. I'm sorry. So you're not an Oni. Roger that. Okay. Okay, we get it. We understand. We're really, really sorry. We're very, very sorry. Here, I'll give you a smudge. Here, num num. Yeah, he didn't like that very much. Stupid Yurei. Too bad it sucks and it won't shut the front door on us. I hate this ghost, by the way. Did I say I hate this ghost? I really don't like it. Stupid ass ghost. Stupid dum-dum. I'm not even, no. Your A's are dumb. Your A can go home. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Can the ghost go outside? No. Nope. I think that'd be a really, really funny April Fool's joke, but I don't know if that's ever something they would entertain. I don't know if you said you hate it, but you did call it a bag of balls. True. True. Relosa, hi friend. Your A's are butt faces. They are butt faces. I'm really tired of seeing them. I'm really, really tired of seeing them because... really hate them. Hi, nerd. Sup, nerd? Your A's stink. I hate them. Well, we know the ghost like chips. We know the ghost likes beards. Tater is already like in the winning category. And it never pooped in that house. And it never pooped in that house. I mean, come on. What a dreamboat. All right. Onward. J. Bowen, Crucifix, Motion, 25. Was it the speed it gave away? No, it was the visibility. Onis are more visible than any other ghost. They're visible longer. So the Oni and the Yurei, between the two, watching it hunt was more obvious. And it's snowing. Let's go get the power. Yeah, very true. Onis will event more in physical form than anything else. Oh, a mirror. Let us sneak a peek. Oh, shit. That is what I see. Am I the ghost? Oh, no. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. Let's see what the ghost sees. But that's what I see. Oh, my God. You haven't played since late 2023. Anything new? No. I'm the ghost. Oh. Wraith is the easiest ghost to find. False. Until Tuesday? True. If you're the ghost, what type are you? I'm a shade. All day. I'm a shade all day. Right. Wraith is one of the easier ghosts to test for, not to find. Exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely Shade. Squeeze me. So I don't think you're a Shade. Let's go there. We'll go here and here. And their new map or something coming soon? Yeah, on Tuesday. Or like Mayor told you. Yeah. I think the Phantom is the easiest ghost to find because it doesn't step in the salt, you know then. Have you ever played Phasmo before? What's the game on Steam for right now? For right now, it's Steam. Thank you, good girl ghost. Rough. There. Put one over there. Put one over here. Get this guy out there. Do one of these, one of those. Well, well, well. No? Okay, good talking to you. Where are you? Are you near? I haven't had a spirit box ghost yet. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Do you like chat? Does chat like you? Where are you? Are you... Ooh, freezies. Okay, no ultraviolet. We do have freezing though. Yeah, I thought that sounded a little different. Freezing and EMF. My most common ghost is me. Jin, Shade, Oni twins. Okay. Well, a hunt will give it away. As a member of chat, I can I can say that in fact, do not like the ghost. All right. Jin, Shade, Oni, twins, crucifix, motion sensor 25. Let's get this guy. Need motion sensor anyway. What's up, Zeno? I'm doing good. How are you? Calling twins. I don't know yet. Oni? It's still up in the air. I don't know. I mean, the only one I think that's not is a Shade. Because I'm fairly certain it didn't leave this room, which it definitely did not yet. And it, you know what? I'm going to do 2 piles right here. It didn't leave the room yet, and it threw an object with me in the room, so I don't think it's a Shade. I don't think so. All right, let's get more stuff. Is the higher pitch of the EMF mean it's a 5? It's the different pitches mean that they're different EMFs. So yeah, you can tell it's an EMF 5 by hearing it. Yep, yep, yep. Has it tooted on you? No, not yet. I don't think so. Has it tooted on me? No, I don't think so. I'm fairly certain it hasn't. Hexy, how are you, friend? Fairly certain it has not. Which, yes, that would have been another really good one to give away. I need crucifix, yes? Crucifix, yes, 25. Beep, 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 beep. It also hasn't left this room, which is awfully spicy. Awfully spicy. Ghost Hunt IRL? Not really. Is he professional? No. Just play a lot of Phasmo. Just play a lot of Phasmo Furrer. Dicking with the breaker like a like a tease. All right, we need photos. Let's go get some photos. Hey, Susan, welcome in. backup smooge is here. I was like, wait, oh, that's right, it's snowing. I was like, never mind, we're fine. Never mind, we're Gucci. We're Gucci, everything's fine. Let's turn the light on. El Stinko can shh. You haven't walked in that one either? What the fuck? This is the only one. Leave your room. You got your wife a spirit box for Christmas? That's pretty cool. There's no hiding here. Hey, shut it. Shut your butt. Shade? I don't know, though. It threw shite with me in the room. Is that always a white chair like that? Why does that look so weird right now? I don't know. That's odd. Okay. Hey, Captain. How are you? Wait. What am I doing? I know what it is. Did I get the bone? I don't think I did. No bone? No bone this time? Okay. Let's go find a bone. Let's go find a bone. The bone. No bone. Let's go find a bone. We'll go find it. Bone. Be obvious. Be obvious. I don't have to walk around with a flashlight looking for you. Please. Please. Here, let's turn this on. What? Look at that. Oh, he walked in the other stall. Look at this shit. Sneaky boner hiding in the dark. Oh, good. You walked in these. Thank you. All right. I think that's a single. And I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh-huh. And then... where's the mirror? Mirror. I don't think I have a picture of you. Shut up. Okay. We got pictures. We got that. It's seeing me out, I guess. Anyway, so we need 25 in crucifix. I'm gonna go get the other crucifix and put it at the door. Let's go get the other one and put it at the door. Just want to say goodbye. Bye. Right now, okay. I don't think it's you. It hasn't kicked power yet, has it? My sound sounded weird. Yeah, shades can't throw items with you inside of the room with them. That's why I don't think it's a shade. Yeah. Good night, Eric. How's it going, man? Let's put this at the front door. Grab one of these, grab one of those, grab one of these, grab one of those. So, Relosa, my guess as to what happened and why you think you have a ghost that's throwing, like a shade that's in the room with you throwing, my guess would be that the reason that's happening for you is because it's throwing it from another room. So, like, example, let's say that I'm in this room here, right? And then all of a sudden, I think it's a shade, but then an object gets thrown in the room with me. And I'm like, oh, well, it can't be a shade. But that shade could have roamed to this room and threw the object, reached and threw it into the room. So, a way you can stop that, hopefully I don't get hunted in explaining this. A way you can stop that is by turning on the lights in the surrounding rooms. So, if I think the ghost is in there, I turn on the light here. I turn on the light here. I turn on the light there. It cannot reach from this room and throw in there because ghosts do not throw with the lights on. No ghost does. So if you want the activity to die down, turn the lights on in the room. It won't throw anything. Not just shades. No ghost will. Yeah. Calzo, thank you for the 13-month prime. Hi, friend. Oh, I love Willow. Yeah. No ghosts. No. Polties will throw in the room with you with the light on because they're using their ability. Yeah. So Polties can do it. Thought Banshee was the only ghost. No. No. Yeah, it's a way to test for a shade. It is a way to test for a shade. I don't think we have... I have a sneaky that we have a Jinn because I don't think it's turned the power off. Are you in here now? Why is my breath in there? Oh, that's right. You burst the lights because you suck butt. I forgot. Oh, it's okay. Never mind. I see my breath in there. Or maybe I just see my breath because it was still below 5. Let's see. No, it's going back down. What the why do I see my breath in here? I know it's snowing outside, but look. Hold on. Hold on. I still see my breath because it's below 5 degrees. Jesus Christ. Listen, Shadow Man. You scared me. Twins? No. The twin ghost can't fake evidence. Front door being open, that'd be really funny if it actually affected that. So you're not going to get freezing in 2 different locations with a twin. That's not how twins work. Twins is 1 ghost, not 2. There's the mirror. Ghost vented by the front door. Must be a mirror. Well, you know ghosts can see through doors, Mel. You know they can see right through those, according to Facebook comments. But it's a twin. That means 2. The reason that they say twins is because one of them is faster and one is slower. As in the ghost will decide between a fast hunt and a slow hunt speed. That's why. I'm not going to go over here. I'm going to go over here. They can see through him. The ghost, he told me so. Look at you, you piece of pig shit. All right. Now, you're going to eat the crucifix. Booting up the old Phasmo. Oh my goodness. Come on, eat it, turd. Let's go. Yeah, it's switched. It's over there now. This poor ghost, you're hurting its feelings. Who, Jay Bowen? That idiot? Jay? Hey, Jay. Jay, you want to eat the crucifix? Okay, just want to check, big guy. Love you. See, me and Jay are we're Gucci. We're fine. We're pals. We're buddies. That's fine. All right. Should we go talk to Jay again? Jay? You're not going to eat the crucifix outside, are you? That'd be really weird. We don't want you to do that, Jay. Jay? Jay? there's ads. I couldn't stop them anymore. Okay. What do we have? Janoni twins. Okay. Do you like the tier 1 smudge? I do. I like it because it doesn't change the ghost speed. Yeah. Red Bear, welcome in. Does not change ghosty speed. When I'm testing for ghosts, I prefer it. We're within hunting range, obviously, based on the red hot Crucify fix outside. Jay, we just talked about this. I said no. That's a bad Jay. You don't eat my porch crucifix. How dare you? Very interested to see how they nerf the tier 1 thermo. I think I might know how they're going to nerf it, and if it's the way that I think they're going to, it's extremely unfortunate. And also doesn't make sense. Didn't know that could happen. Oh man, I have an old clip of me standing outside talking to, not you, I was talking to Coach, you big bag of balls. Anyway, I was talking to Coach I was on the porch, and she was sitting inside, and all of a sudden the ghost ate the crucifix in my hand while I was on the porch and she was inside. No scanning scan. No, so the tier 1. All right, Jay, I'll see you later, man. You have a good one. That mother effer walked through the bed. That mother effer walked through the bed. Chelsea, thank you for the 9 months. Trying to find the bathroom. Well, it ain't in there. Holy shit. He was walking to me, by the way. So he walked to the bed, didn't see me somehow, but then at the end, you see him go over to the corner just for no reason. He was pathing to my corner over there. That was scary. I thought we were a goner. I thought we were a goner. The tier 1 of what we were saying. So the tier 1, the way I think it's going to get nerfed is I think that rather than doing what it does now, which is where it goes up and down depending on how cold the room is, I think it's going to randomize more. It's not going to be as accurate, which doesn't make any sense for a mercury thermometer, when really what they should do is make it slower. Yeah, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's what they did. Maybe they made it where it's really slow. If they did, I think that's the right way to nerf it. Yeah. A couple questions, if you don't mind, of course. Does the Hantu still have breath during an event? No, the Hantu doesn't have breath during an event. No, just while it's hunting if the breaker's off. And does the shade still show up when lighting the summoning circle? Yeah, I think it's a bug. I think it's a bug that like I've only ever had where the shade is like a shadow figure or a shadow figure inside of the summoning circle. But I've heard other people say they've had other ghosts do it. It's a bug. It's not meant to happen. Yeah. Kinging on the feedback loop in this game is hard enough. Giving actual bad information would be real bad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say, man. I don't know what they're going to do. Tarshan, what's up? Gil, we're not playing with viewers today. So yeah, from what I understand, I think it's going to be randomized. And I think if that's the way that that's going to be, everyone's going to hate it. And if their response to that is, well, that's why we want you guys to use tier 2, tier 3, that's an awful excuse. I don't agree with that. That doesn't make sense. And then tier 2, tier 3, like, okay, so if you want to nerf this, then make the other ones better. Make tier 2, make tier 3 better. Now, I want to test it though. What about people who don't have higher tiers? It just doesn't make sense to randomize it like that. That doesn't make sense. All right, we're gonna leave so we can look at something. 'Cause I don't know if I've actually tried it before. I don't know if I've tried it before. Just makes the new player experience that much harder. Correct. Which you already start without a crucifix. You already start without a smudge. You start with all those, without any of those things. But now, rather than telling you, hey, look at the temps, that'll help you find the ghost room. I don't know if I can tell you that truthfully. Hey, perfect bonus. Awesome. Let's go to... All right, fine. I had zero plans of doing this, but fuck it. Okay. Normally used by medical professionals for quick temperature readings. This infrared thermometer is great for quick readings in a pinch. It does seem to give slightly inaccurate readings, though. Maybe it's just old. What does this one say? A vintage wall thermometer normally used to measure room temperatures all year around by hanging it on a wall. It works perfectly fine when carrying around too. While moving through locations, ghosts will drop the temp of the room they're currently in. Carry one of these thermometers into a room you think the ghost may be in and check the reading. Yeah, tier 2 says quick readings. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a ghost that thrives in the cold? Yeah, the Hantu. Yep. The Haunter. I'm so sorry. The digital thermometer is much faster at reading temperatures. Simply hold it, wait for the scan, the temperature of the room you're standing in. What does 3 say? More modern, more technical, more accurate. You just can't beat it. An air thermometer that can scan temperature much faster than its predecessor. It works the same way that the previous version did. Just grab one and hold, use to scan and receive reading. So let's take a look at the tier 3 real quick. Okay. We're going to set Ghosty to professional, and we're going to set it to where it's not going to hunt us for now. Friendly ghost on. Let's go to old Tangle. Tanglewood might not be the best option for that. Let's go to Grafton. Let's go to Grafton and see what happens here. It's BS. We'll see. Yeah, get rid of the scan, I think is correct. I think that tier 3, I think I should be able to pick that up and it should be reading already. The old thermometer, the original thermometer would just read all the time. And I think that's the way the tier 3 should be. I should be able to turn on tier 3 and it's on. It's reading temps immediately. And then you walk around and it picks up temps. It makes no sense that you have to scan for both. Making you scan is such a pain in the ass. Now, we can't see it. I know, I'm sorry. Wait, do I have this available? Hold on. This might be fucked. Yep, it's fucked because that doesn't go away. It's supposed to make the bottom camera go away. Hold on. Here, let me do this. There's 2 of me there. Just take me for what I am. There's that one. Where'd the hell my bottom camera go? It's because my buttons got messed up, so I have to redo them. There we go. Okay. There. Now you can see it. So, if I remember correctly from what I heard, and I don't think I ever actually even tried it, was that you can now just hold scan, but you still have to scan once. If you let go, you have to hold scan again. Correct? Let's see. Didn't I hear that somewhere? Because that definitely doesn't seem accurate right now. So you still hold it? No, you can see the temperature's not changing. That's bullshit. Look. Oh, it's what they want to do. Oh, I thought they already did it and it's just not working. Oh, that's what it was. Any insight? No, I don't have any information beyond what you guys have. No, not yet. Yeah, so right now this is the way this works. Yeah. So if we do get some update to some of the Ascension items, hopefully one of them is which I don't understand the need to scan once and hold. Why not just let it ride? Is it eating too much of the game's like memory or something? Same as tier 2. Correct. It's just a little bit faster, but you still have to do this every time. So you check there, and then you go over here and do this, and then you go over here and you do that. And the reason that they're nerfing the tier 1 is because you're able to go from room to room and look at it without having to scan. But if I do this, I just go room to room. I wouldn't use tier 3? No. Oh, look, a boat. Ay. I don't know, man. Listen, we express our interests. We give our suggestions. We say, hey, this is what we think. This is what we think. We have to trust that they're going to make decisions that are going to be the best for the game. I think sometimes they're going to make decisions that we just don't agree with. Blaze, welcome in. But, you know, love the tier 1. Oh, well, we used to. Also, another decision, which I think I heard that they're going to make, which doesn't make any sense, is setting... Oh, look, here it is. Is setting the tier 2, the tier 1 UV as tier 2. Swapping the tier 1 and tier 2 UV. I heard that as well. It's fun to watch. I'm just walking around scanning. Just keep scanning. Just keep scanning. We were just messing with the tier 2. I mean, the tier 3 thermo. I don't really care if they do that. It just doesn't make sense. Rather than making the tier 2 better, they're just swapping tier 1 and tier 2. So now you have an electronic as a tier 1 item and a non-electronic as a tier 2. Yeah. Yeah. BRB, no worries, Pamster. You're a good friend.
Welcome back. There's some jobs.
Yeah, so what we're talking about, where are they at? Oh, they're over here in the case. They're over here in the case. So right now, the way that it stands, this is tier 1, this is tier 2, this is tier 3, which by the way, that I don't understand why this is not flat. They're swapping these two, I think. I don't take that as like, you know, don't take that as a guarantee. It's just what I've heard. Yeah. The irony of not swapping the manual versus the electronic thermo. I mean, right? You don't hate the tier 3 UV? Oh no, I like the tier 3 UV. It's super strong. It makes the fingerprints last, or footprints last longer. Oh yeah, I dig the tier 3. I dig it. This, I don't like. I don't use. Because comparably, it was fine before, but like when you are given these options, it's like, well, why would I want to use that? Big suck. Yeah, it's going to be tier 1 now. Yeah. So rather than getting the nice coverage with the UV when you first play the game, no. You get the shit coverage. The area coverage is huge. Yeah, I don't know about any other changes though. Yeah, here's all the items. Most of them. Some are over here inside of some are over here inside of these. But yeah. There's all the items. There we go. What is my cursor size? Oh, I don't know. I haven't messed with cursor stuff ever since it came out. Where the hell it even is? 100. Yeah, I whatever it was. Okay. I love how tier 1 sanity medication exists IRL. Oh, this one? I didn't even know it existed IRL. Have they fixed that drifting glitch with the tarot tier 3 smudge? Oh no, I believe that might be fixed in the next update. We might get lucky. You could also nerf the glow stick by making it consumable. That's true. That's very true. Funny preferences. I don't like tier 3 smudge at all. Oh, I just don't prefer it. No, I like keeping the ghost the same speed, man. I like keeping it the same speed. And Sumi, hello. Are you excited for the update? I am. I'm very excited for the update, friend. All right. Tubes, we're going to stop it there, friends. I appreciate you. It is freaking 1 in the morning for me, but much loves, friends. Yeah, we are probably going to say that was our last game because it is... I have work tomorrow. It's 1 in the morning. I have work tomorrow. It's 1 in the morning. Guys, thanks for sticking around for Wednesdays, man. I appreciate it. When we play different games, it's always a blast. And then we get to end with Phasmo with whatever time we have left, which is always great. Which is always great. But guys, if you're not in the Discord and you want to get updated when I go live on Twitch, when I post a new YouTube video, when things are happening with the community, I will always post them inside of the Discord. So definitely make sure to check there. The rest of the socials are there, friends. But stick around. We'll raid somebody. Stick around. Why does the bowling ball not knock over the pins upstairs? It does, but not if you're not the host. Yeah, Cashley, thank you for the follow. If you're not the host and you're in the host lobby trying to bowl, it's not going to knock them over. Why? No reason. Play dodgeball, trying to grow the sport for years. The absolute worst thing for new players when the teams blow them out of the water and make it hard for them to have fun. It doesn't make it enjoyable. That's what I compare it to. You want to grow, and that happens with new players. Right. Thank you, Redman. No, you were not tripping at all. Nope. Nope. If you are in another lobby, if you are in someone else's lobby, and you go to knock down the pins, when you go to do that, it's not going to knock any of them over. Nothing's going to move. And it's because you're not the host. Why is that the reason why? I don't know. I got nothing. Okay. Stick around, guys. We're going to go find someone to raid. It is late. I am tired. I am tired. I am tired. Ask Cheebs. Yeah, Cheebs knows everything. Link's not working? Link's not working for what? Epic taught you how to play with the rings today. Hey, there you go. I like to try to wrap them around the banisters. I mean the railings. Yeah. Does it knock them over on the host end? Yeah. No, not like when you go to throw it, the host sees what you did. The host sees you throwing the ball and it not doing shit. Oh, decorations. Yeah, you got to make earrings. Yeah. Razor's Edge. Thank you for the Prime for 2 months. Appreciate you. The album cover. Oh my God. What is wrong with you? Oh, I'm so sorry for going again. For the Discord link, it says expired. Do discord.gg/FlashForce. Or try a different browser. Excuse me. Is this game out? Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Where's my Steam? Where's my Steam? Where's my less Steam? guys, have you guys seen the game Chained Together? It is a game that you play with friends. You saw the trailer for that? I didn't know that it was out already. From the depths of hell, climb chained to your friends through diverse worlds. Solo or co-op, try to reach the summit and discover what awaits you. So you have to like get across obstacles while chained to friends. It looks like chaos. I love it. It looks like Only Up, but you're chained to somebody. That's what it looks like. It looks infuriating, but it looks hilarious. Relationships will be tested. Sounds easy. All right, roger that. Oh yeah, I want to talk to some people about this. I don't know how many people you can co-op with this. Up to 4 players. You can be chained to with 3 other people. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, we might have to check it out. Well, I mean, I definitely want to check it out just at some point. I feel like it's not enough. What do you mean not enough? What do you mean? Do that IRL. I mean, you know, you do you, boo-boo. Rope teams make you safer when climbing? You think so? I want you chained to like 5 people. Oh, okay. Interesting. I've never seen Twitch's raid browser before. Now, let me ask. Hold on. So you can search and filter for people that you're following, but can you see people that are following you? Raid browser's nice. Well, see, I'm looking at it right now, and I can see the people that I'm following. But what if I want to see if they follow me back? Trying to be a live follower, but can't be a live follower. You know what I'm saying? Opens in a new tab, which is annoying. No. We will go here instead. We will go here instead. They tried. Hey, that's not Phasmo. See, Bacon? What the f... I'm waiting for it to populate a little bit. Once it populates a little bit, then we'll search and raid. It takes a little bit depending on your following. But yeah, if you haven't seen this before, this is Live Follower. It was created by my friend Frowsy and myself for us to be able to see who is like if you're going to go raid as a streamer, you can see who's following you and you can raid them back. Hey girl, what's up, homie? That's Purdy Nate. I love it. I love it. It's just a really good opportunity to get to check out other people that may have, well, that definitely have visited before. Hey girl, how are you, friend? I finally played Platform 8 today. It took me long enough. It took like weeks, but finally got around to doing it. Like that day? Yeah. Yeah, 'tis good time. So just gotta let it fill up a little bit. It was good. I liked it. It was good. And then after that, I played a game that Tom suggested called Bite something Bite. I don't remember what it's called. I don't remember now. Bite Night. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. So then we played that. So camp's so fun. The ending screen of Vamp jumping up and freezing in like an 80s freeze frame died. Bleh. Bleh. Too good. The masterpiece, dude. It was so good. It was so good. Bleh. Show it. Show what? Oh, it. Oh, it. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me go to my Discord and get the clip. I gotta get the clip from Discord. Hold on. Clips. There it is. Cool. We clipped it because we wanted to read this. I never read that part before, but yeah, the vamp, or the vamp doing the jump at the end. Oh my God, it was too good. I loved it. I loved it. All right, it's probably populated enough. You're not playing Phasmo. So also the cool thing about this too is that you can copy the raid command so that way you can put it into your chat quickly. All right. All right. Let us see, friends. The jump at the end was Chef's Kiss. Hi, Peggy. Yeah, it was too good. It was too good. What's your name in Discord, Onyx? Yeah, because if you give us your name in Discord, we can check and see what happened. See if there was like a goof. There's always a possibility there was a goof. Something went weird. Something was strange. Do 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 do. Hey girl, I don't know if you're still here, friend, or not, but I'll DM you, but 100% yes. 100%. Million percent yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hot. Yeah, dude, absolutely. That'd be so fun. But I'll make sure to DM you back so that way I'll make sure to DM you back. That way the memory is there because I don't want to forget so we can keep talking. Sorry, I'm looking at something real quick. Onyx, that name is not banned in Discord. So I would just try other browsers. It sounds like you're having just a little bit of issues connecting. I would try another browser. All right, friends, let us raid. How long have they been live? They've been live a little bit, but it should be okay. Discord being weird? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, of course. If it doesn't work, you can always try. If it doesn't work, you can always try that link as well. All right, guys. If you are not subbed, there's a raid command. If you are subbed, there's one. Little creepy tier 3s that we love so much. That is for you. All right, we're going to go raid. We're going to go raid a new friendo. But guys, thank you for chilling with me. I appreciate you. Thank you for all of the love. Thank you for the support. You guys are freaking amazing. We are getting so much closer to the monthly. If we reach that by the 24-hour stream, which is going to be on the 29th. Yeah, 29th. 29th, I have a 24-hour stream. If we reach it by then we will have viewer days. We will have viewer games on that day. On that day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I appreciate you guys chilling with me. We will be back on Friday with some more Phasmo funds. Try to get some stuff lined up. But much love, guys. I appreciate you. I will see you in the Discord. I will see you around. You guys are amazing. Have an awesome night. Bye, friends.